Welcome, dear participants of the World Health Congress 2021 Prague. I also welcome all active participants of our Congress. My name is Tomáš Pfeiffer, and I am the director of the Institute for Traditional, Complementary, Integrative, and Alternative Medicine, which is the guarantor of the Congress. We are currently witnessing a rapid change in the world we live in. This change affects perhaps all areas, including science and the spiritual realm. We are observing changes in the policies of international organizations, which in their resolutions recommend that member states study and incorporate CAM and TCIM methods, traditional, complementary, integrative, and alternative medicine, into their national health systems. The number of published studies and research institutes in these fields is also increasing. There is also a growing number of centers where these fields are already offered as a standard treatment option. The same can be said of public interest. In developed countries, between 30 and 70% of all citizens use one of the PCIM and CAM methods, which is even more than 100 million people in Europe. In other countries, the percentage is even higher. Modern medicine is based on procedures that are of great benefit to human health. Yet, especially in developed countries, there is a growing number of diseases where medicine does not provide complete answers. It is necessary to look for other perspectives on these problems. Therefore, the World Health Congress 2021 Prague aims to improve the awareness of the general and professional public and thus assist in formulating policies for TCIM and CAM, enabling access to rational, holistic treatment for all. It is therefore no coincidence that one of the focal points of the Congress is the launch of a global information database called the Platform 2020 Prague, which will enable all disciplines of traditional, complementary, integrative, and alternative medicine to communicate with each other in different sections, with a safe space thus created also being a meeting place for EBM, evidence-based medicine, and also a place for members of the platform to support each other in their joint efforts. Last but not least, it will also serve as a public liaison and support many other activities going far beyond the existing databases. I will introduce some sections of the Platform 2020 Prague during the Congress between the particular speeches. The uniqueness of the Congress can be seen not only in the 3D graphic form, the scale of the presented topics and branches, of which some will be presented for the first time, but also in a virtual participation of the entire planet. This way, we will create a new form of a common interest of all of us. Therefore, I wish this Congress all success in reaching its aims, God's protection, help to man in his evolutionary life journey. And I would like to mention that this Congress will be held repeatedly every other year for 4 more times. I'm convinced, and I hope, there will be no more need of this online form, despite its numerous advantages. One of them is the possibility to connect to the website of the Congress during the following 3 months, which will definitely facilitate access to the information that is published here. Now, let me introduce Mr. Růžička from the Czech Republic, our first guest of the Congress. He is a representative of the capital city of Prague and the chairman of the Health Committee of the Prague City Council. His contribution is titled, "While a Health Congress in Prague, Why a Platform?" Some questions and answers from the perspective of a Central European. I welcome him here. We are interested in his message. Good afternoon to all of you. I thank Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer for the opportunity to ask myself a few questions here and to attempt to answer them here. Why a Health Congress in Prague? Why a Platform? 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the Presidium of the Congress, representatives of the Congress partner organizations, dear guests and viewers. I'm very sorry that I'm not able to spend this day with you in person. This is how I greeted all of you online at the end of June 2020 at the opening of the debate on the World Health Congress 2021 Prague, as well as, unfortunately, in January 2021 and today again. Eye contact and actual handshakes are still being replaced by the cameras and keyboards of our computers. Times are hard. They are complex. But great difficulties also hold great promise for change. Society can better examine and compare existing and newly proposed paradigms and solutions offered to citizens, not only in the areas of general policy, but also in the areas of science, health, and healthcare. This crisis also creates more room for personalities of solid character. And I'm convinced that the community of this Congress, the Health Congress Prague, already offers and will offer such personalities to the professional and general public. Through them, the Congress offers new knowledge and skills in the areas we are dealing with here, that is, in the areas of prevention, treatment and research of diseases, and of course in the areas of philosophy of life, ethics and spiritual development. Only the balance and synergy of all these areas is the condition for a good, promising and safe healing and recovery practice. Therefore, I'm convinced that the time of the need for CAM, TCIM disciplines is coming, as well as the time of tools such as the Platform 2020. Now, allow me a question or a statement. What is natural, is healthy, and therefore safe. How do we respond to the fear and stress that is spreading through society? Is there a space for the therapy disciplines for TCIM and CAM? I was taught that what is natural is safe, and of course, vice versa. Surely, this is true in medicine as well. I don't think that contemporary human civilization has ever created so many things by its action that harm and endanger its own life as it has in the last 100 years, and especially in the last few decades. This is because we still approach solutions by methods of aggression, without humility and without trying to see the problem in context. It is seeing things in context and seeking subtle, non-invasive approaches that establish long-term or even permanent changes and equilibrium states that are needed in all areas of human action. And of course, they are much needed in medicine, in healthcare, and the healing process. This is also why I'm convinced that the time of the need for CAM, TCIM disciplines is coming, as well as the time of tools such as the Platform 2020. Another idea is the pace of technological development. Is it a hope or a threat for the treatment of diseases? We have a current experience with a truly global contagion, COVID-19. I do not want to evaluate this disease, its origin, its danger, the hygiene measures chosen at this point, but I would like to use this latest experience to remind us what the pandemic has also shown in general terms. It has reminded us of the sensitivity of the issues and the dangerous way in which citizens in many parts of the world are investigating, how problematic some of the experiments and lines of inquiry are, how problematic is the application of some procedures and partial knowledge to medical practice. The development of these processes is really fast. However, ethical mechanisms are developing much more slowly. This imbalance is affected in the setting of research and development directions. This is reflected in the interpretation of new findings. And one biological laboratory hides the power of the atomic bomb. Recent months have shown this again, and so on. Do we already understand our partial discoveries to the extent that we have the right to take them and to use them in the field of human health? Are we as a society ready to be users of such technologies? Is this even a right? Does it make sense? Who is best served by that? I have no official answer to these questions. However, each knowledge is very important. However, I am convinced that it is safe and beneficial for me to help myself with TCIM therapies in times of health problems or specific illness. And that, to me, is another reason why we should support and advocate for the need for TCIM disciplines and the existence of tools like the Platform 2020. I would like to kindly ask you whether we could think about one more thing, and this is the desire to help And let's ask the question what a real help is. I'm convinced that it is a great art to be able to help in such a way that it will really help the recipient of the help provided in the long term. And it requires great wisdom and humility on the part of those who take on the responsibility and really want to help. It is said that to sell grain to the starving is not help, but a path to dependency, unfreedom, and fear. The real help is to learn to grow your own grain. It is said that giving someone an object or a tool is not helping. The real help is to teach how to make such a tool. Being merely gifted a tool also makes one dependent, limited in decision-making and range of movement, and sometimes induces unnecessary fear of losing the gifted object. And fear opens the way for diseases to enter our bodies and souls. What is the situation in the current healthcare system here in Europe? Do you not see any similarities between current practice and the examples given? How do the healthcare system of each country teach us to live? When we get sick, do they teach us to understand the causes so that we know what to change in our lives to benefit ourselves? Do we learn to live responsibly and freely? Or do we voluntarily hand over our life, health, and the resulting freedom to the sole care of others? Therefore, I'm looking into the future with science and research and the connected areas because it offers the patients an alternative where it makes sense. It offers a free, safe approach and a divine of being recovered. Let me conclude by saying I have been talking about moods in the society, about opportunities in the society, which is here ahead of CAM and TCIM, which is opening. But every great opportunity may also become a loss and also a delay in a natural development. Therefore, a lot of work will have to be done both individually and also together. I do not perceive this Congress as a one single event, but a forum of providers of new forms of healthcare. I'm looking to more cooperation, and I would like to wish all success to the new platform, and I believe it will be a trustworthy partner in our work. I wish everybody a cheerful mind, which has always been, is, and will be the cheapest cure for all our illnesses. Warm greetings from Prague. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your contribution. We have all been learning since our birth, but society itself also has to learn. And therefore, I believe that nobody who would disagree with these statements. The manifestation of these opinions is also the change of paradigm. These are approaches, opinions of all of us. Now, let me welcome the representative of an organization which, besides many others, deals with this topic. Let me welcome Dr. Gerta Gopala Krishna Pillai from Switzerland, an employee of the Department of Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine in Geneva and the World Health Organization. I would like to kindly ask him for his speech.
Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference, which is very important during the time, the World Health Congress 2021. I would specifically like to thank Dr. Thomas Pfeiffer for having met me several times during the course of past 3 years in different parts of Europe as well as in Geneva, and having discussed with me thoroughly like many of the programs which he has implemented in the past 1 year. And I'm also thankful to him for having kept me in the loop about the platform which he is launching today, which is the most important activity, which is a Prague 2020 platform, which I'm very happy that is being launched today. And I'm also thankful that like I'm seeing many of my friends here who like I have not met personally for a long period of time. But of course, I can meet Professor Valdis here, Professor Madan Tangavelu, Professor Baswadi. I can see my very dear friend and colleague and neighbor, Dr. Washmuth here, and I have all my, I'm feeling very homely here, because I have met all of you, and I think we are a group of like-minded people who are trying to create a change in the environment around the globe, where we are asking the governments and responsible people to take a look, see that there are immense resources available in traditional medicine, which can be utilized for the benefit of the global community. It had never been more evident than in the past 1.5 years with the COVID and the kind of activities which were going across the globe. Some of them very useful, some of them we could not find reasons for why it was happening. So this actually gives us a new perspective. This gives us a new opportunity to look at, and therefore I say again, the most important time to have a discussion like this. And I would like to thank the chair of the Prague city to have inaugurated the conference and have graced this occasion. Thank you, sir, for being here and being of all the support and offering this conference, all your support and your kind gestures, in making sure that such activities are possible in the city in future also. With this, let me take you a little bit into what my organization, the World Health Organization, is doing. World Health Organization is right now going through its 10-year strategy for traditional medicine, which is the 2014-2023 strategy for traditional medicine, which has 3 objectives, which are I could read so that I don't make any mistakes in it, which are very important to this conference. That's why I want to read it verbatim. The strategic objective 1 states that to build the knowledge base for active management of traditional and complementary medicine through appropriate national policies. Strategic objective 2, to strengthen the quality assurance, safety, proper use and effectiveness of traditional and complementary medicine by regulating products, practices and practitioners. Strategic objective 3, to promote universal health coverage by integrating traditional and complementary services into healthcare service delivery and healthcare. So we are talking about everything that is included in the platform 2020 Prague. And that is why this particular meeting has become more important. This is very much aligned to the strategic objectives of World Health Organization, and I thank the organizers for having strategically created this platform, which covers almost everything that is thinkable in the under the umbrella of traditional medicine, or its development and its future goals, which I was looking through. You have this section library, which gives you a detailed information and access to many of its different verticals, and the verticals include section on science and research, education, traditional medicine, healthcare, legislations on traditional medicine media, Union of Traditional Medicine and its supporters, and like a section on organizers. So I think this is a well thought out platform, and it is very essential that we have this kind of a platform available to the community as well as to the entire globe at this particular moment. I thank once again the organizers for having done this. With this, let me also tell you that what WHO is doing at this particular moment for the support of traditional medicine in its global march forward into the mind spaces of policymakers across the globe. So what we are doing right now is we have been in the past 20 years or so creating a good base for traditional medicines to be accepted as pharmaceutical products in the herbal medicine space. And that was one of our major focus, because that was one area which was easily translatable by different governments, because a product is something which comes into any government's regulatory system much earlier than people will move into those systems. So that was one thing which WHO was keen on, and we had worked keenly on making sure that such products are available and regulatable across the globe with good regulations, good manufacturing practices, good agricultural practices, good ways of storing it, storaging it, good ways of identifying the impurities in it and analyzing these medicines. And we have recently also published data and available data on herb drug interaction, which is a very good document which was very recently published. So I think that is what we have been doing. But simultaneously, in the past 10 years or so, WHO had moved into the next phase of its development and foray into traditional medicine, which is improving and regulating and supporting governments to regulate practices and practitioners. So in that manner, we have started with the idea of creating benchmarks or technical documents of benchmarks, which governments can look into and say that, okay, this is what a minimum regulatory requirement for it, offering training for a particular system of traditional medicine. Let us say, for example, Ayurveda, Unani, traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, etc. So, different training benchmarks were created. And then we have recently moved into the area of providing the formal benchmarks for practice of traditional medicine. And we have started with acupuncture, traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, Unani, etc. So a number of such documents are on the anvil, and they should be out in the next few months. So that is one area where WHO had been working on. Another area which WHO had found, which also finds space in the current platform, which Dr. Thomas Pfeiffer and his colleagues have put together, is the area of communication and how different traditional medicines could communicate with each other within the traditional medicine itself, across the global community and with the modern medical community, was a major problem where traditional medicine could not be understood by the modern medical community, neither it could be properly utilized. So WHO had taken up the process of creating terminologies for traditional medicine, which will be published very soon. We are creating a repository of basic terminologies of traditional medicines individually for each of the systems, considering all the individual characteristics of each of the system, and therefore they are individual documents. They are not combined document of all traditional medicines put together. So we have a terminology terminology of basic terms for Ayurveda, a terminology document for basic terms of Unani, traditional Chinese medicine, etc., which are all being developed. Simultaneously, you would also know that if you want to know how traditional medicine is being utilized in a society, we need to be able to count it. We need to know how many encounters of traditional medicine is happening, in which area of clinical practice it is happening, where it is being utilized, where it is useful, whether it is not useful, how many people are going for traditional medicine, how much money is being spent on which kind of traditional medicine intervention. So there are many aspects which all comes to understanding what are the traditional medicine diagnostic terms. And in this direction, WHO has taken up the very very tedious task of creating the ICD terminologies for traditional medicine. The first module of the ICD terminology, which includes the traditional medicine, traditional Chinese medicine as practiced in ancient China, and as well as in the Chinese mainland and Japan and Korea and neighboring countries and other parts of the world have been accepted and has been included in the ICD-11, which is going to be published and which is going to be published in 2022. And along with that, we are also in the work for developing the ICD module which is called as ICD module 2, which will look at Ayurveda and related terminologies of Unani and Siddha system of medicine. So, we should have at least 3-4 traditional medicine systems covered in the ICD-11 in a very short period of time. I think it should be possible by 2024 latest, probably even by 2023. And that is one major area where we are looking at and working towards. Another area which we are working on is trying to create digital platforms of using traditional medicine as a public health good and delivering it directly to the public. And one of the first such goods were the M-Yoga application, which we had come out with for recently in 22nd of June this year, which actually had been taken up by more than 100,000 people by this time, and we are expecting that to be translated to all the UN languages and made available even in all the 6 languages plus Hindi by the end of 2021. So that is another area where we are working on, and we are also working on one key area which all of you have in the mind, and all of my friends definitely have in the mind, because I know that all of them are keen proponents of integrative medicine in its most appropriate manner. And WHO is right now working on a document for creating a wholesome definition of integrative medicine and a document on how WHO looks at integrative medicine. So these are some of the work which WHO is doing in the propagation of traditional medicine across the globe. And I think I'm very happy to have mentioned all these work of WHO, and I should not refrain from mentioning even though at the expense of Dr. Isabella Washmuth, I should say that WHO is also keenly looking at including non-medical interventions and trying to find out how we could get into mind spaces of people and make them feel better, and how we could influence thoughts of people and policymakers using other instruments and other ways of communication, which of course Dr. Isabel will be explaining to you much more in detail. I think I am once again thankful to Thomas for having invited me here. It has been an excellent opportunity for me to explain about what WHO is doing, and I'm once again more and more so happy because I have been able to see all my friends here. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me here. Thanks.
Je potěšitelné vidět tak velké úsilí stolika
mnoha míst. It is pleasing to hear about all these efforts that come from all parts of the world, and the change which has been brought about will mean a lot of work for all of us. I believe that step by step, we will find a way how to unite our efforts. That's a precondition for our success. And it is equally important for us to work further on the development of our knowledge in all these disciplines to make sure that there's always more and more safety and security associated with it. The next speaker of our Congress is Dr. Nandu Goswami from Austria, from the Medical University of Graz. The title of his presentation is Challenges, Perceptions, and the Way Forward in Integrative Medical Research and Education, and that bears upon what I've just mentioned. So the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas Pfeiffer and colleagues, and friends, for inviting me. Hi, Madanji, and hi, Valdis. Great to see you again. Perhaps you didn't know this side of me, that I'm also involved, because I know Valdis through the diabetics. We collaborate with diabetic operations. I'm sure he didn't know this dimension of mine. So I'll be very happy to share with everybody. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to share some of the aspects. As many of you know, I am not an integrative medical researcher, neither a practitioner. But what I was asked, and this is how I actually found myself accidentally in this area, and it's been a fascinating journey for the last 7 years almost, because I've learned so much since then. I was approached by the Indian embassy in Vienna, who asked me if I could do something about Ayurveda, and at the same time, the traditional Chinese medicine group, also from China, asked me if we could do some research in this area. And so that's how I actually got myself into this. So as you can see, I am not any Ayurveda practitioner or TCM practitioner. I'm rather a MD trained in general practice and working as the acting chair of the physiology division, and also being the director of the research unit and in Graz, so Medical University of Graz in Austria. Now, one of the other hats I wear is that I also work very closely with the European Innovative Partnership, Active and Healthy Aging, trying to prevent falls. Now, the moment I was approached with this task, when I went to our university, the very first question I was told is, what exactly are we talking about here? Are we really talking medicine? And I said, yes, preventive medicine. And that's where the first resistance started. You will be amazed, because the moment we mentioned such words as complementary medicine, integrative medicine, it raises a lot of false alarms in everybody. Is this voodoo? Is this, to use the Indian word, is this jadoo tona? What exactly is this? And everybody, it's just the fear of the unknown. Most people get afraid. And for example, in India, we know this has been carried out for centuries. The same goes in China. But the problem is, the moment in Western world we require evidence-based medicine, we require clear, purified products that are used. We should be able to know the pharmacokinetics, dynamics, everything. And so as a result of that, the unknown, there's really a massive resistance. And if you even talk with the Western practitioners, I mean, you've all heard this before, there is a massive preconceptions. This is just hocus pocus. They will tell you, where's the evidence? And there is a lot of skepticism. And I'm afraid the Ayurveda and the TCM hasn't helped, because if you go to any Ayurveda practitioner, and sometimes they will even tell you, yes, the cells will be regenerated, and they can almost do everything. And as we know, we need to have the evidence-based medicine, especially if we are talking to a Western audience, especially practitioners. And that's why it's not surprising that it has gone under the very sad umbrella of alternative medicine. Because I always believe, as a medical practitioner, when the patient comes, they want to get well. They don't care how you treat them, whether it is TCM, it is Ayurveda, it is yoga, or is your mind, no problem. They just want to get well. So I think this is the preventive aspect that we must emphasize. And there is another big, unfortunately, sad part with this, is that almost all the data, or what we will call scientific evidence-based data that has come out, has always been from, they suffer from all these problems. Most of the people are practitioners who do this, so they almost force it down on the other people. And there is all these aspects. I mean, most of us work in science here. I mean, so we know what I'm talking about here. But this is a very big problem. So we really need to be aware that when we are presenting the evidence has also all these elements that are just removed from there. And I remember when I was actually approached by the Indian Embassy, and then Ministry of Ayush also supported me in India, the first conference we had in Graz, I was specifically warned, please keep to the research. We are not endorsing any of this stuff. So what I will say right now to you is, I am thinking as a practitioner that one aspect of medicine that is totally not emphasized in Western clinical medicine, actually even the teaching, because I work at a medical university, is the preventive aspect. And that's something we should really look at. The second element where I could really help is the research element. So that really, I believe that we really need to discuss this with the Western practitioners. There are excellent examples of Western practitioners. You know, many of them who are Western trained, who actually use this integrative approach. But I believe the real word or the real way forward, we can endorse what we want, we can say what we want, we can have as many congresses as we want. The only way it will work is not by selling some powders, but by using evidence-based medicine and by showing the result in peer-reviewed journals. And of course, there's only one way. We have to do randomized crossover clinical trials, which have to be conducted, not just in China or in India, but in the Western world with the Western equipment, using of course, the Indian expertise or the Chinese expertise. And so this was another problem I had. One of our colleagues came from TCM background in 2008 to us. She had this product. She said it can do everything. We asked for a pure product. She said it doesn't exist because this is the whole orchestra. Now, it's very hard to sell the orchestra to a university. So I was asking myself, instead of just doing that, why don't we purify the compound? Because it could be the sugar, it could be anything in there that's working. Again, don't get me wrong, I'm now purely thinking like a scientist here. And so we were saying, why don't we purify the compound? And we can find the purified compound, try to see what are the effects in vitro, what happens in cells. So that's what we did. Then we tried to see what exactly, then we see that there is some effect, and you can take the whole compound and try to see the effect at the gene level. And then we go to the next step, the animal experiments, and eventually human studies, which we'll have almost no possibility to do in Europe currently. They wouldn't even approve it. So we can do them in China or in India, but under the Western guidance with our expertise. So for example, here, if you now get a compound, how on earth do we know what is in there? And this is exactly how a Western practitioner sees this stuff and says, so what is in there? So we need to purify it. And I believe once we have purified the compound, let's do the classical Western way of assessing. This is like you do it for a typical drug, or let's say we find a new protein in the laboratory. We have to follow the process. We have to see how exactly it's going to act, all the way from the genome, all the way, every single aspect. We do this routinely for all the drugs anyway. And the same goes for we also use mass spectrometry to find out all the different effects. How is the biokinetics, pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics of each and every drug? Why can't we do that for Ayurveda? We will always say, yes, we have done that in India. Well, great, then you can use it there. But if you want to bring it to the Western world, we have to use different specific rules. Let's do it here. And why can't we just do it here anyway? The equipment is here, for example. And then once we have that, now, of course, I am not saying we should do animal research. On the other hand, what I'm saying is that the Chinese lady, for example, who brought us the TCM, the medication, it was ligustracin. Now, one thing we found with ligustracin, he said it was very important for blood flow to the brain. But when we did a mass spectrometry, we found there was an amazing drug for reducing lipids. It could actually reduce fat in the body. We saw the genes that were, so we said, well, hang on, we have the ApoE knockout mice. That is a mouse, this particular mice, this particular breed has a problem. When they get older, they actually die of heart attack because they have the knockout, the gene is knocked. So why don't we just give one group just dying naturally and another group, for example, getting the drug that we are talking about, for example. So we could actually then see if the drug really works. And then we do it in a Western way, all the different aspects. So once we have the evidence from the animal studies, we can publish it in peer-reviewed Western journals. Why not? Science would be happy to have this. I have seen actually a whole article about haldi, turmeric, being published in Nature. Why not? So once we have that, we can examine everything. And this is really important because I believe that what the Ayurveda, what the TCM can offer is amazing, especially in this world with the aging going on. We all know in Europe we are aging. I mean, everywhere in the world people are aging. But if you look at the EU values, we're talking about almost doubling of the levels in the next few years. And the doubling is not the problem. The problem is the pink lines show the extra additional costs we have to come up. And we all know, many of you are experts in this area, that Ayurveda, TCM have specific areas that are talking about neurogeriatrics and geriatrics as well. Why don't we emphasize that? And you know this problem. We all have relatives who have either fallen down just because they're standing up. So what we do in Graz is we try to understand why people are falling. And you know these pictures, after Corona especially. People have been lying in hospitals, people getting their dialysis, people getting their, waiting for surgeries. But the moment we lie in bed, we are actually deconditioning. And there will be a fall. Because the moment, for any reason, we get into a hospital, we actually leave the hospital in a worse shape than we got in. Because the idea being that when people are lying in hospital, they're losing all their muscles and bones and becoming weak. And when they try to stand up, they actually fall down. Some of them are so afraid even to stand up that they don't even want to get up, thus setting up this vicious cycle. Now here, we could have the interventions. We are already testing this in Graz. For example, this is a gentleman who had a stroke. We tested him with all this equipment. Now, all you have to do is give this any TCM drug or any Ayurveda medication in a controlled way, a purified extract that works, give it to this person before and after. We have results, evidence-based. I have more than 30 papers I have published in this area in Western journals. And the moment we add an intervention, it becomes a randomized controlled trial, will be more acceptable. We can monitor blood flow to the brain. So if there is a drug that says, oh, it's going to improve your blood flow to your brain, it's wonderful for your brain, I will prove it for you. I will show it for you. It's non-invasive. We can give the medication, any product, before and after. We do this anyway routinely in our laboratory, so we can easily add that on. Heart rate variability, our colleague Max Moser, he's an expert in this area. This is a very simple way. Just looking at your heartbeat and its relationship with respiration, which many of the Ayurveda practitioners and TCM practitioners already know, the nadi area, of course. But you can actually see, is the person getting more calm from the whole heart rate variabilities, non-invasive measurements. And you can see you can do a lot with this. And if you see on the uppermost picture, you see the left hand shows complete chaos, but you can see at night when there is a complete calmness, you can see a middle light, a middle yellow line in the middle. You can monitor how is the sleep getting improved, how is all these are quantifiable. Why don't we just use that? Endothelium. Now again, this may like a big word, but this is simply the lining of the vessels, our vasculature. And if you just measure how good your vasculature is, you're actually able to predict. So if we claim that there is a drug that is going to prevent heart attack, this is a drug that is going to repair your heart, well, I can prove it for you because all I need to do is just test this thing. How do we test it? There you go. Very simple, non-invasive measurement. We have them in the lab. Again, you can see it's a very simple measurement. There is no needle, nothing involved. You just put two fingers there, here. You can see the two fingers, put your fingers, just measure what happens to the volume changes. And you can see, you don't have to be an expert here to see that somebody who has a very good response is the one, you will have this big curve as a high response at the end and the other one not responding. Again, if the medication is improving that, you will see the changes. The same goes again, a very simple ultrasound you put there, that's on the elbow. You can see there, this is the ultrasound. We are just measuring how much is changing. Again, well-established methods that are, I work with the colleagues in Imperial College London, they use this. So why don't we use these our medications before and after these aspects? So the flow-mediated dilatation is, again, none of them require any needles. These are all non-invasive. Pulse wave velocity is very simple. As the name suggests, it's looking at how fast your pulse goes from the neck, let's say, to your femoral aspect. Of course, if the artery is stiff, it will change. And if we say the drug is very good for atherosclerosis, we'll see the changes. But even before we go to all these complicated changes, we can actually look into people's eyes, because as we know, the eye is the window to the brain. But more importantly, you all agree with me that we'll have changes that will happen in small arteries first before they happen in big arteries. So how to look at small arteries? We just look at the retina. Again, non-invasive. You see, very simple way of doing. You can do this even in children. And there is no needle, there is no medication given. We are already doing this. And this is what I'm saying, that we can easily, we have the software that analyzes this. And if we say there is a drug that will improve blood flow to your brain, is good for your eyesight, is good for your retina blood flow, well, I will prove it for you. And the moment we can do all these parameters there. We can also do all these parameters in the blood. I mean, I don't want to, to bore you too much, but I'm just saying that we can do simple things. Blood, okay, most people are not happy to give us blood, but what about saliva? I mean, Madanji is an expert in this. I don't have to talk about this, but the moment we have saliva, we can actually be doing the whole RNA, DNA, look at the whole genes that are getting changed. So if we take any medication, or even if you do, anything, even if you do panchakarma, what about before and after the panchakarma? What about the TCM, any medication of TCM? So again, hair. Now, this is a fascinating measurement because every centimeter of hair actually represents a month. So we can, if we have 4 centimeters of hair, we are able to see what the stress was for the last 4 months. So last year, for example, during the lockdown, March, April, May, June. So we then, when it opened again in August, we collected people's hair and we could go back and look at how the stress was in different group of persons, medical doctors, students, families, old persons, people who died. And you can measure the stress in the hair. So if we say there is any medication or even doing a meditation, TCM or any aspect we are doing, if it helps you, well, I can quantify for you if this really helps your stress or not. And there is the whole genomics again back. We don't need to worry about this. I don't need to go into that. But there are a lot of these details we can do. I mean, because of time, I'm not going to go too much into details there. You can actually do the whole genes that are going to be regulated. There is no, I mean, we have rovers that are running on Mars. We should actually step out. I think the problem I see in this whole issue of TCM and Ayurveda and all this, what they have happily put under, the Westerners have happily put under the umbrella of hocus pocus or, just, magic, black magic. Somebody actually called it voodoo, an educated professor, believe me, just 2 years ago. And I almost had a heart attack thinking about that. Why don't we just accept this, that we have to now bring the Ayurveda, TCM, and integrative aspects, which are amazingly good in prevention, to test them like any medical drug that we test them like an intervention we do, using established Western methods that we already have in the lab. All we need is just people to come and talk about it. And I believe that if we use these interventions, for example, the ones that we are talking about, the whole area of, because we know older people have problem with eating because they can't have a problem with digestion, they have a problem with the gases, they can't. All these aspects are very nicely covered with TCM. They're very nicely covered with Ayurveda because this is a way of life. And this is why we actually try to even have events. We have had 2-3 of these events in Graz where we actually went out to the community, but trying to see how this could help the older persons. And the last slide I would just like to share is that what I have done, that after so many arguments for the last 5-6 years, Madanji knows about this, we have actually created a course that is called Yoga, Meditation, and Ayurveda. Now we have this year added TCM also to it. It's called Evidence-Based Medicine and Research. The university told me we are not endorsing any of these, so I use the word evidence-based medicine and research. Here, we have practitioners who come and tell all medical students, all the students there are going to be medical doctors. And believe me, of all the courses that I have offered, like, an optional course, this is the one that is the most busy. And it is so amazingly received that the rector and the others have come to me and has even told me this is an amazing thing we are doing, because not only we are teaching people on prevention, but we are also emphasizing the educational aspect. So from one end, my medical university is happy with this. Now I offer this, and I want to use this platform, Thomas and other colleagues, to please tell the bigger community that let us expand a little bit. We can have all these conferences. They will not achieve their aim unless we agree that we also have to expand a little bit, except that there are Western techniques that we can use to propagate and to create evidence-based medicine research and data that we can go out, and then it will be accepted. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, thank you. Yes, I think
Děkuji vám za velmi podnětný a
This was a thought-provoking contribution because connecting the modern approaches with the historical ones is something which is very needed. Also, the number of studies which have been published in prestigious databases like Cochrane report on that. We have about 18,500 studies, including the randomized ones there. Now, I would like to welcome the First Lady among us. This is Ms. Isabel Waschmuth from Switzerland, who is a project manager in the World Health Organization and the headquarters in Geneva. Her speech is related the art impact for health and sustainable developmental goals. I would like to kindly ask her for her speech.
Thank you so much for your invitation, and it's very a pleasure and privilege for me to be with all of you. And I would like to thank the World Congress, 2021, in Prague, and I think it's fantastic to see, this platform live, and it's a good inspirational way. Specifically to showcase, of course, traditional and complementary medicine, but as well, to focus attention on prevention and the promotion for health, what is absolutely critical and more even we can, in fact. And I would like to use this opportunity to present to you. I will share my screen. I hope you can see it. You tell me if you can see the screen. Yes. I would like to use this opportunity to present to you an incubator, in fact, in World Health Organization. It is an amazing story. Donc, everything is possible. And I am as well, I am scientist, I am biologist, but as well, I am an artist. And as you know, it's very difficult to, in our world, because it's working in silo, as you know, and all the sectors are not connected to each other. What it is it's a very big issue, in fact, in the world today. And the idea to have more intersectorial, and interdisciplinary approach, it's for me absolutely critical. And we need to establish specifically a strong bridge between the power and the use of creativity, art, and culture, and of course science. And it is important to demonstrate, and we have many evidence, because we have discussed about evidence, and recently WHO have been able to publish a very important systematic review compiling 3,000 studies, demonstrate the role of art, in fact, to improve health. That it is very important document. It was produced by the WHO regional office in Europe. And based on that, I had the privilege and the opportunity to discuss directly with our Director General from WHO. And he's so a fantastic leader and very open to as well innovation and to implement new approach. And he was agreed to support this incubator called Art Impact for Health and SDG. This incubator, it is an opportunity to bring full of partners, together, from education, from environment, from health, of course, in the center, but all some policymakers, some researchers, some artists, some social entrepreneurs, all together, with this respect, to co-create together. And I will present that to you and where we are today, what we have done. And I think it's a big hope, to demonstrate prevention and promotion of health, specifically through art, is absolutely critical. And art can be used as an amazing driver for better communication among the different stakeholders, and as well to present, in artistic way, the big challenge we need to face together. But the other importance of art, it is as well to use art as art therapy, at hospital, for example. Okay, I will show you what we have done. And I think thanks to my Director General, Dr. Tedros, for the support of him to the incubator. And all these initiatives have been based on Health for All. And I will recall, in fact, his statement from Dr. Tedros about the access for all to basic health services. He mentioned that would be my priority. And I think it is really the focus we need to take, in this approach. And to do that, we need to reach universal health coverage to guarantee financial security of patients, but as well to focus for all joint efforts to reach together the sustainable development goals. That it is really the important, goal we need to take in consideration for this approach in prevention and promotion of health. And the other key elements, it is to guarantee good health and well-being of individuals, and that can be profitable, of course, for their families, their community, and their country. This incubator, it is to express the fact art speaks for itself, and it is a way for us to introduce and value art and culture in specifically in hospital environment as an innovative strategy to contribute to health for all. And for that, the main goals, it is, in terms of strategy, it is to integrate art in health in all sustainable development goals policy. It is for this reason we have decided to set up an important consortium, and specifically with United Nations and the people in charge in United Nations to implement, in fact, the SDGs and to support us, in this incubator. And for that, we have been very successful because now with England, and other partners like Germany, we have been able to establish the Global Alliance for Social Prescribing. And what it is to complement, in fact, medicine approach with social support approach for people, and as well to continue to promote and to advocate for integrated people-centered healthcare services, what is very important for WHO. And it is the incubator, it is a way as well to support all art programs and initiatives of national health authorities. I will show you later an example in different countries. And as well, it is a way to continue to keep humanity in the center of public services, and specifically how we can humanize, in fact, health services and not dehumanize these services. The other important component, it is a way to foster partnerships with a social and human vision, and again, to reinforce the person at the center. And for that, the concept, it is more and more finally considered by all the sector, in the international community, what it is really fantastic. And it is really to how we will build a bridge between art and science. And as you can see on this illustration, we cannot disconnect the right and the left part of the brain. We need to interconnect, our logical framework, the left part with the right part. And related to intuition, related to our ability, in fact, to feel, to integrate our experience inside of ourselves. And for that, it is critical to use art and specifically to promote art therapy inside of the healthcare setting, specifically to build resilience at individual level, but as well at community level. And we can see on this illustration, we have many evidence today. The use of art, it is effective to complement, in fact, modern medicine. And to do that, we need to have many partnerships, but as well many stakeholders engaged in this process. Like we can see, we can liaise with art, hospital, administrator, health professional, medical association, but as well to have this trust will be built with the families, with the patient. And you can see it is as well to have interconnection with education sector, specifically, for example, the people are focused on art academy. I think it's absolutely critical to establish this linkage between the different communities together. And to do this process, what we need to do, it is to look these different steps. For example, the initiation phase, it is really to understand well the context and specifically at country level, the needs of this target audience, specifically in terms of, self-determination, as well the self-esteem of the person, how we can really not medically support these people, but socially to support as well these people, to be sure we will have real inclusion, and continuum, to assure the continuum of services. And it is a question as well of empowerment. It is really to support, the different art expression, and through that to be able to describe the pathway, for example, the pathway story from the patient or from the family, from suffering to resilience and hope. What we want to do, it is as well this interconnection between the different story of this patient to demonstrate, you are not alone, you are not isolated, because what we have seen from this evidence, about the use of art and how that impact health, it is many of people, specifically with the crisis, have been, I feel depressed, and as well isolate. Look, we have a way with art to address this type of suffering. And it is a way as well for us to give directly a voice to the patient, to the people, and to be able to express, their story in another way, not just with data or statistic, but to show the human, as well, the human perspective, in fact, of our condition, living condition, but as well of our well-being. And the last part, it is really to be able to assess the impact and related to bring more evidence base, as you have all of you mentioned. We need evidence, we need to demonstrate, for example, it is effective, and to present as well when we have scientific, findings, result, how we can use as well art to translate, in fact, is sometimes very complex, data information in more easy way for the people, to understand why, for example, their well-being and health is important, how to maintain this well-being. Donc, it is really all this aspect. And the incubator, the idea of this incubator, it is to take in consideration, the full life course transformation. It is to consider all the age of people, from the children to the old people, and it is illustrated through this picture here, you know, because we don't want, in fact, to perpetuate inequalities. Donc, to really have an influence of these inequalities, we need to consider the full life course, in fact, of the people. And in terms of the impact factor of this method, and specifically the importance to use art additionally to other, you know, data and statistics, it is why we will do that, because that have demonstrated we can have high agility, you know, and for example, today it's in terms of partnership, it's more than cooperation and it is about co-creation, and co-creation need constant adaptation, and specifically adaptation of artists to the needs and perspective of the target audience. And it is a way to have short cycles of creation. It is a way to collaborate between different disciplines, as I have explained before, and to integrate, to guarantee we can integrate diversity of different perspectives and to maintain, you know, the biodiversity. And it is a way, in fact, to promote, you know, ecosystem vision, in fact. And the other important things, it is with this type of incubation, we can accelerate, we can foster the mutual trust through this reciprocity between people and specifically voluntary contribution, not just the artists, but other professionals, like, for example, social entrepreneurs. They want to contribute to a better society, a better world. And the other key important, you know, dimension, it is what we have seen, you know, with the crisis, it is the lack of social coherence and social cohesion. Donc, how we use, for example, art to communicate, you know, with, based on the emotional intelligence we have, how we use that to create social cohesion, you know, and we can see at this moment art as an health determinant. And for that, we would like to implement at global level with this consortium of partners to be sure we will value all art initiatives and programs, you know, over the world to foster the implementation of SDG, and specifically, of course, the SDG 3, for the SDG focus on health, but it is as well to be sure we will guarantee the interconnection between art and science to communicate and present societal challenge and practical solution, because it is how we will act together and not just to speak, but how we will be able really to address the real needs of the people and not just the medical needs, but as well the social needs. And it is to focus on the resilience and all pathway of society to be sure it will be demonstrated at organizational level, but as well at individual level. And the last point for this consortium, it is to focus on the global mapping and monitoring of the most relevant art initiatives. And I can tell you, you have plenty of them over the world, and it is incredible what these people are doing. And in general, they are not valued enough. They are not visible in the international community. And we want, through this type of innovative approach, to establish a long-term partnership. And for us, you know, it's totally a way to strengthen, you know, healthcare system through this complementarity with art. And for example, a third of half of the visits to doctors are actually for non-medical reasons that are broader issues. For example, feeling lonely or socially isolated, as I have mentioned to you, low-level mental health problems or other issues in people's lives that might well be translating into health issue, but actually at their root cause are not medical. So that it is really to take this aspect in consideration. And here, in terms of evidence, I give you some evidence base now, for example, in US, where you have a lot of investment, you know, of the use of art in specifically not just in medical setting, but in other dimension of to improve life, you know, and well-being for the population. You have half of healthcare institutions have art programs, including visual art display, performance in public space, and beside art activities for patients. And you can see the figure. It's very, very important figure because 80%, you know, have an important impact on mental and emotional recovery of patients, 41% of physical recovery, 80% of programs serve patients directly, 58% include the family, the patient family. And we can see as well the benefit, for example, to address this issue of medical staff turnover. You know, you can see the figure, for example, that can impact 42%, you know, for the staff to help them to deal with the stress, sorry, and the working difficulties in healthcare environment. And the direct benefit of art, you know, it is for us very, very important to take that in consideration, and as well to support member states and the country to include, you know, this type of non-medical services in their hospital. For example, we can reduce like that the healthcare cost, and we can as well have benefit, as I have mentioned to you, for all different stages of life, from the elder, from the young, from to all the citizens. For example, 68% of Americans are agree that art improves health and the healthcare experience, and 73% favor government funding. So that it is very key, important, you know, evidence related to the importance of art. And what we are doing in WHO, we have been able really to use now art, including in WHO, to promote, you know, for example, some extremely important big challenge, you know. Here it is an example of an exhibit have been produced in collaboration between United Nations and World Health Organization to address the topic of the violence against women, you know, and how, for example, we can go from the effect of the violence on the woman to the resilience pathway to hope for women. And here, this international exhibit have been able to show 7 universal emotional, you know, area. And it was a way for us, for example, to foster the partnership, you know, with specifically people engaged to address violence against women. As you can see on this figure. I will not go in details because we have not enough time, but if you are interested, we can discuss more in details, you know, about the result of that. And for us, it is a way to improve, you know, communication with all the different stakeholders I have mentioned to you. Another one have been done during the World Health Assembly, and it was really to address this issue of leadership, of governance, and how we can go through this personal from societal transformation, and how art can help to illustrate as well this type of process of leadership. Another have been done in New York during the resolution have been adopted by all the member states on universal health coverage. And it was an opportunity as well to have, during the talk organized by WHO in Central Park, a beautiful art production by some local artists from New York to illustrate the importance, you know, of sport, for example, running, well-being in general. And you have an illustration of that just in front of you. Another one have been dedicated on the Sustainable Development Goals and to demonstrate how all the elements are linked to each other. We have been able to work, for example, with Peru, and Peru have been able to produce, as you can see, this beautiful mask. It was done by 20 local artists from Lima and dedicated to, for example, the children have been affected by cleft. And we have so many children affected by cleft over the world today. And the last one, still in United Nations now, it is about how we can improve resilience with art. And for example, 60 contributions have been provided for this work. And as well, we have been able to have 20 partners with us, to support this big exhibit. But I will just finish quickly, to mention we have done as well this type of support to the country, at country level. Here you can see we have been able to support clinics, but as well Ministry of Health or some important hospital to implement art and to assess the impact of art on the patient. For example, here it is in Peru. You can see how not just the children here have been involved in this process, but as well the parents, voluntary people. It was extraordinary experience and really a way how we can rehumanize in action, in fact, the hospital. And that it was in Colombia, just to show you quickly what we have done, as well in Morocco with the head of the hospital, Mohammed VI, with all their services, how they have been able really to integrate art in this hospital, and to make a difference, in fact, here you can see in palliative care as well setting. And to conclude, what I want to express, it is art and culture, are not incompatible with the mission of care and services. The contrary, the holistic approach needs to be considered both in physical and psychological well-being. And from health promotion perspective, is not it reserves the very mission of an institution to help patient or its user move towards a better being. And art and culture are precious and indispensable tools. We need to think about continuity and sustainability. And to finish my presentation, just to give you inspiration for the take. Art is an universal language. Art has no borders and promotes diversity in unity. It responds to our needs to share, inspire, and transform. It transcends our perception and sense to reveal our infinite potential. And thank you so much for this opportunity to be with you today and to promote prevention and promotion of health. Thank you.
Děkujeme paní Izabele za její příspěvek a rád bych řekl něco, co mě napadlo při jejím vystoupení. Poprosím o
and which is relevant to her presentation. I like to say that within the span of one lifetime, you can observe tremendous changes. Some 40 to 50 years ago, it wouldn't have been conceivable to discuss about the linkage or interconnection between art and science. And now it's reality. It may be that that is why we had the platform established, because it reacts to those changes in order to provide for those opportunities of changes, of transformations of people. But not just that, because there is also the transformation of the transnational policies and indeed all other activities which are brought about by the. You can see the homepage with the individual sections. The platform keeps developing. And so is expanding the number of disciplines which are represented and which will contribute to the platform. But let's proceed, let's go further. Now I'd like to extend my welcome to Dr. Peter Kart from Germany, from the European Ayurveda Association. His contribution has a lot in common with the previous one. It is titled Music as a Part of an Evidence-Based Health System. The floor is yours.
Just a second, please. Okay, I will simply start. Perhaps it will work also. I'm very thankful for this introduction, which was made by Isabel Wachsmuth, that art started everything. And music is part of the art. And it's a practical approach I want to talk about. So we start with music. Om Svarupaya Namaha, Om Shri Satgurave Namaha, Om Karam Bindusayuktam, Nityan Dhyayanti Yoginaha, Kamaram Mokshadam Chaiva, Om Karaya Namo Namaha. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Well, what are the initial questions here? Can music influence our well-being? Can music generally be used for general purpose? And does music offer answers to the treatment of specific health problems? Music in our life. How does music come in our life? I think this is special for everybody of us. Everybody has his own story with the music. I can tell you mine. My story is that my father, every night he brought me into the bed, he was singing songs to me, songs he knew, songs from the people. And this is what I did with my sons. In the evening, when I brought them to bed to get them to sleep, and that was very effective and very easily done, I sang for them. The tradition continues. So this is the individual story for myself, and I'm sure everybody of you has his own story connected with music, with what music made in his life. But I'm not talking only about music. I'm talking about health. And two people from the WHO are here tonight. So you know that this is the definition of the WHO. And as you can read, health is not limited to absence of disease, but it is complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So just by saying some person had a broken leg and afterwards the leg is not broken anymore, now he is healed. Do you think it is the case? So we come to evidence. I have the privilege to be a follower of Dr. Sri Balaji Tambe, which you see here. He recently deceased in August, not so long ago. But he made experiments since 1972, means 50 years nearly. And he had found out a lot of things about what music can do with people. So we have, first of all, we have ragas according to the Indian music system. We have the tala, and we have the mantras.
So we do have some technical problems, so we will now try to put some music and wait for the things to be mended. I'm sorry for the technical problems. We had some sound problems. So, Peter Cart, would you kindly resume your talk? And then, as I hope, we will be able to insert in some music.
And now we come to the next possibility, the next option. It is that the ragas, they have also a time. Not every raga is fitting for every time. And this is a part of the Navagraha Stotra, which is dealing with the planets. And this is, as we have Friday, this is for today. This is for today, and it's for Venus. Himakundam Runalabam Daityanam Paramam Gurum Sarva Shastra Pravaktaram Bhargavam Pranamamyaham. Himakundam Runalabam Daityanam Paramam Gurum Sarva Shastra Pravaktaram Bhargavam Pranamamyaham. Himakundam Mrnalabam Daityanam Paramam Gurum Sarva Shastra Pravaktaram Bhargavam Pranamamyaham. So this was especially for today,
especially for the energies that are represented by this planet and which are helpful for today. As I said, it is not necessary to understand every word, but it's better to feel. I mean, it's a personal message and everybody should be able to get the signals. So the art that has to be developed, and we have to really use the science also, is how can we make a composition? The composition means that we are finding out the ragas which are matching the mantra. We're selecting the rag, and there are many different rags and they represent different moods. And they are affecting the emotions, the melody. The melody that we have, it is affecting the emotions. And on the other side, we have also the tala, which is the rhythm. And the rhythm represents the beat. And it is mostly for the material aspect of the music. As we can see, nowadays, there's a lot stress on the rhythm in the music. In many music sections, popular music, we have a lot of rhythm. And the rhythm goes towards the material side, and we see what the effects are if we are just going for the material side. There has been a scientific research in the West, and it has been proved that the use of special music has effects on the blood pressure, or can be used for rehabilitation of traumatized persons. But the music I'm talking about, the music that Dr. Shivalaji Tambe introduced, goes much further. And the idea is to communicate with the self, to communicate with yourself, everybody with his own self, with the higher energy, you can say. Now, what is the conclusion? When I refer to the questions given in the beginning, we can say that music can be applied in general, and it can be applied for specific purposes. And it really serves the complete physical, mental, and social health as we have it in the definition of the WHO. Dr. Balaji Tambi has thousands of patients in India, and it is without a doubt that for many of them, it really brought healing. So we began with music, and I would like to stop with music also, because this is again a mantra which is translated here also, because we sing it every night, and it is necessary. Sarvetra sukhina santu, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve patrani pashyantu ma kaschit dukkham apnuyat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you.
I my velmi děkujeme.
We thank you very much indeed. I hope that this will not put us asleep. We want to stay awake, because definitely after the Congress is over, we will want to sing this mantra again. It is beautiful to meet somebody who is so imbued with art and with music. But we are extremely honored by this. And now I'd like to extend my welcome to Mr. Jasper Matsi from Denmark. He is a scientific journalist, communication consultant, focused on complementary and alternative medicine. The contribution which we are going to listen to is called The Way to the Future while knowing, with awareness of the past. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Just one moment. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry. I thought we had a break now with music. It's in the program, but it's all right with me. Yes, I will share my screen. Just a moment. Okay. I hope the screen sharing is all right. Well, I'm happy to see all of you, or to Zoom all of you. And thank you very much, Thomas, for inviting me to this inspiring event. Yes, I'm an independent science journalist and communicator. I've been working with complementary and alternative medicine for more than 20 years. Working, of course, that is, I can improve your text, but definitely not your body and soul. I'm not a practitioner. Yes, and these are the facts, so you know who's talking. Yes, it speaks for itself. I had some assignments in the past for the Danish government and in the Cambrella network, and also the governmental website, which is unfortunately closed down. And the medical doctors in the Danish Society for Medical Acupuncture. And then, of course, all the things you do because you want to do it without getting paid. But it has been an interesting journey. Sorry. Among other things, sometimes I will talk about research, not being a scientist myself. So that is kind of research seen from the outside. My focus, my interest is, for example, on research design and the crucial issue of combining Western medicine with the approach of CAM or TCIM. But we are facing a few challenges, as you might know. Cooperation could be better. That's why we are here right now, I think. The funding is poor, and there's a widespread allergy in the scientific community towards CAM, TCIM, and the governmental lack of recognition. And the fifth is the lack of communication. As you can guess, my influence on the first four is quite limited. So my focus will be on the crossfield between CAM, between research and development, and on the other hand, my field of communication. Because like in business and politics, proper communication is essential if you want to make a difference. So I just want to ask you if you have any technical problems understanding me, please let me know somehow, because that happened before, so I just want to be sure. Okay. Well, let's have a look at, where is it? Here, let's have a look at Cambrella, which you might have heard about. I was a communication professional in this project for 3 years, and I'll tell you a little about the work and my experience with communication in this field, in this setup. Yes, we had a website which looked like this. And because the data, of course, are still relevant after the termination of the project, but due to a wrong decision, the website cambrella.eu, which you're looking at, was abandoned some years ago. So don't go there, because if you go to cambrella.eu, you will see this It looks pretty nice, but it is only some copy paste to make it look academic and interesting. It's an anonymous website bought for commercial reasons, I think. Of course, all these links around the world referring to cambrella.eu, these links will be a dead end, but you don't have to give up because we still have the data, or at least some of them, available here. And don't worry about the links, they will be provided, sorry, they will be provided later on tonight. Yes, we had 15 universities from 12 different countries participating in the project, from the sunny Sevilla in the south and way up north beyond the polar circle to Tromsø, Norway. And the 50 participants, the Cambrellians, the 50 people were, the 50 people, sorry, yes, I have to show the picture of the team, or at least some of us. And we were 50, as I told you, carrying out the tasks divided into 8 or 9 work packages, looking like this. And I will take a break so you can read it, of course. And as you can guess, number 8 was the work package I was participating in. Okay. Of course, we had external stakeholders, citizens, practitioners, and providers and manufacturers, and others, of course. We had an advisory board representing the main CAM stakeholders, meeting and networking with those during the project. The entire group gathered 1 or 2 times a year. And of course, we had some work package meetings in between. The goal of the project was, based on the findings, to create a roadmap for future CAM research in Europe. What is the current status? Which data are available? And what should be done in the future? All of this was presented to the Commission, to the public, and to the press at a conference in Brussels in 2012. And the researchers stated, for example, that as many as half of the citizens in Europe use complementary and alternative medicine for their healthcare needs. And the Cambrella roadmap asks for a European center that implements and realizes the proposed research strategy. And CAM is a neglected area of research, which you might know, of course, and the research methods must reflect the real-world settings of healthcare in Europe. And research methods is really an interesting issue, but I will not talk about this right now. And we need a research strategy for CAM, reflecting the needs of the citizens and providers. And then the center I talked about should be made in order to make this strategy operational. So what was my experience with communication in this setup? First of all, it was very inspiring to participate, and it was a fruitful period, and I gained a lot of useful experience, and I was able to build a good international network and meet new friends. That's the personal part. But in many academic settings, the field of communication is neither well known or acknowledged, and thus it was not possible for me to use the entire communication toolbox. And the truth is, of course, that the total impact of a project like this will decrease if the 101, as we say, of communication is left out. Remember this one? This happened because some people abandoned the Cambrella website without considering the consequences of not being able to use the link provided, for example. So my message will be, it takes two professions to make benefit from inventing the wheel. Those who make the wheel and those who tell the world why this can change their lives. And then, of course, we need cooperation to make this happen. But what was the impact of the Cambrella project? Well, at the governmental level, I'm sorry to say, it seems to be very limited. Sad but true, but the data are out there, and part of the Cambrella network is still there. Some of us have maintained an informal contact after the project, and I think it is still quite useful. Talking about future networking, in spite of what I just said, I think the Cambrella footprints, they are really out there among scientists, students, providers, and other stakeholders. And I'm happy that this initiative in Prague will try to make a difference. Because the need for information and cooperation, of course, it's still there. So which organizations and groups could be relevant for future collaboration? What should be done? The benefits are obvious. Researchers, doctors, students, camp practitioners, and others will gain a lot from increased collaboration. But still, though, this will not be easy due to reluctance, bureaucracy, and lack of money. And then an important actor on the scene are the CAM conferences at a European level and a global too. These are great opportunities for knowledge sharing and networking, but there are a few challenges. Of course, research and data is indispensable if we want to proceed. But, and today the ECIM and other conferences is a focal point of communication and networking in the CAM field. But my impression after about 10 international conferences is this, most participants are not able to keep building on the 3 days intensive networking at the conference when they get back to their daily routines, in spite of LinkedIn, in spite of notes and business cards. And for some of those, it might take 3 or 4 years until next time they go to a conference due to the expenses. Thus, the benefit of the conference could be much better. Of course, this is less important for the keynote speakers and the other well-established academics, but it is for the younger ones. The opportunity to network between the CAM conferences was requested actually by many of those young researchers I've met. And those are the ones who should be active in the future. We should not forget that. And this networking could be part of the conference's concepts, but it is not. For 2 reasons. They have a lot of other things to take care of, focused on annual events, and also those who are planning the conferences are the well-established people I was talking about, and they don't experience this need to the same extent, of course. So in my opinion, we need some planning and some communication tools. So the following will be a kind of a proposal. I think the stakeholders of CAM should work together in a targeted and coordinated way in order to take cooperation and communication to a higher level. This requires planning, skills, and hard work, but it is possible, and we need it. So who are those stakeholders? Well, I just mentioned some of them before, the researchers, conferences, for example, and also some of the main organizations with focus on CAM research and CAM use. Yes, these are the international societies and conferences in short. And again, all of this will be provided later in one link. Yes. Outside the research setting, we have quite a few organizations which are interesting in this context. And the first one is represented here. That is NORA, who some of you might know, and European Public Health Alliance, the Anthroposophical Associations, and yeah, and then the homeopaths. And then not to forget the parliamentary part. They have an interest group trying to have some influence on the EU level. I really think it is possible to do this. Personally, I'm looking forward to a fruitful cocktail of online meetings, internet facilities, and some face-to-face communication at meetings and conferences. Face-to-face, I hope some of you remember what that means. I try to remember. I think we can make it if all the relevant institutions and organizations work together. Those I mentioned before. Ideally, this work should be done in some kind of joint venture. Thus, the expenses would be very reasonable, I think. And the outcome of all this is sustainability and continuity. So, strong communication, good cooperation, and in the end, we will be involving media and governments, and CAM or TCIM will be available to all citizens in a safe manner in 10 years. And we will have reached our goals. Do you think so? No. We still have the wall. The good science and strong communication doesn't make it alone. We have to take down the wall, a wall which is built on the materialistic worldview of natural science. You will meet the wall, for example, when some scientist tells you that conducting research in this complementary treatment will be a waste of money because the theory behind is so far from plausible, it doesn't make sense, period. The fact is that most medical doctors, scientists, and policymakers do not take CAM seriously. There's a strong resistance from the so-called skeptics around the world, including well-meaning fundamentalists and researchers, but also including some not so well-meaning pharmaceutical businesses who know they are threatened. I've seen lots of examples in the media on how medical doctors and others manipulate the facts regarding CAM. And by the way, those people I just mentioned even are paying people to update Wikipedia in order to make CAM researchers and people like you look untrustworthy and ridiculous. So don't trust Wikipedia. This wall is not made out of rational arguments or data. It consists of anxiety, habitual thinking, and financial interests. The wall actually isn't merely a wall between Western medical science and CAM. It's much more comprehensive. It's a worldwide scientific blindfold. But what's behind the wall seems to be very interesting and maybe much more exciting than we can imagine. I guess a lot of you share the impression that some of the building blocks in this new paradigm behind the wall will be quantum physics, energy medicine, consciousness studies, and ancient spiritual wisdom and knowledge. I think I will leave it here as I'm not a scientist, but in my personal opinion, the worldwide resistance against CAM or TCIM is not really about science. It's about the money, but that's another story. Finally, I will talk about the future. It's quite a challenge. And the CAM community, I think, cannot make it alone, making this wall fall apart. So once again, networking and cooperation. I think we should make an alliance somehow with a worldwide group of researchers who have organized themselves because they want to support a scientific paradigm shift. Some of those we might already know because they are involved in CAM research. It includes people like the CAM researchers Torkel Falkenberg and Harold Wallach, and a lot of wise men and women like Stanislaw Grof, Dean Radin, Rupert Sheldrake, Pim van Lommel, Ibn Alexander, Brenda Dunn, and Erwin Laszlo. They are all part of the Galilei Commission, a project under the Scientific and Medical Network founded in 1973. I've been connected to those people since the beginning of this year. And I guess some of you might have heard of them, of course. But I'd like to present them here anyway. Yeah, I'll take a break while you are reading this. Yes, expanding the frontier issues of science. That is what it is. About a year ago, I think this report was published. It's available on the website. And it's quite comprehensive, I must say. I think this initiative is the most promising, well-founded and comprehensive I've seen so far. But they are also facing the challenges, of course, about growing their network and being visible in the media and getting funded, of course. But in my view, we should explore possible opportunities and benefits of collaboration. This could be a win-win. So anyway, we will not be bored in the future. This fundamental change in our worldview and science will not be finished within a few decades. But the process is running, even though none of us being here today will be present at the first conference of connection. That's what I call the conference when we celebrate the breakthrough of the new paradigm. But I promise you that I will continue this work in my next life. But by then, I will still need my documents on CAM and on science, wherever my soul has decided to be when my body is gone. So I've got a question. At which internet service should I store my documents in order to find them again? Would that be some kind of quantum cloud service? I don't know, but I'm looking forward to your suggestions. Thank you for listening, and you can find all the links I was talking about at this website, which I think also will be provided by Thomas and his people, of course. Thank you very much.
Samozřejmě, že tato část bude stejně jako všechny ostatní k dispozici všem účastníkům.
Of course, this part will be just like all the rest, available to anybody for 3 months to come. It is beautiful to have the possibility, the opportunity of obtaining the experience and the knowledge which was established ages ago, because it can be very helpful. The platform 2020 Prague is the open place for everyone, which allows to create or to grow the tree of collaboration and to do things together. Although it was established or created by the TCIM Institute, it is actually covering everyone, and it belongs to everyone. But let us now proceed to our further participant. It is my honor to extend my welcome to Dr. Baswati Apacharya from the USA, who is a special assistant, who is a Fulbright specialist, and she is active in the field of public health, and she specializes in integrative medicine. Her presentation is something which I'm really very keen to hear, and it speaks about the state, the public officials, public servants, and mental servants, and so on. Sorry, I didn't get that. So it will be extremely interesting, and I'm really eager to see it.
Thank you to Thomas and the entire group, as well as the Presidium and all the other members that are here. I'll begin with a prayer. Ajnanatimirandhasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshuranmilitam yena tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. And it briefly translates to the people who can open their eyes and who are previously blinded by the darkness of ignorance. We'll talk about those people today. They can greet the Guru and find the real knowledge. And the Guru can be the teacher, the master, the healer. So today I begin with the title, which is Public Servants, Mental Gaps, and Pink Elephants. And I took permission from Thomas about pink elephants, and he said, pink elephants are good. You can talk about this. So really what we're going to talk about is why the patient can't see. And so there's some basic summary that I'll give at the beginning in case you want to know where I'm going. Patients have one agenda, and this was mentioned previously by one of the speakers. It is to feel better, and it is to improve their health. This agenda, they want to get better. And they really don't care about your credential, your how much money you make and what all, but they want to make sure that you are safe. They want to make sure that whatever you are going to be doing is not going to kill them. And that is where the entire last 100, 150 years of credentialing and who is a real doctor and who is a fake healer and who is a quack, all of that entire game has come up because people need to feel that they're not being cheated. Why? Why can't they make their own decisions and heal themselves? Because the public depends on experts and on the media, books as well as videos and audios and things now, to understand their health. If they knew how to heal themselves, then they wouldn't be going to someone else. They would just use what we call grandmother's remedies or the local healer or Dr. Mom, who is the person that takes care of 80% of things. And then when they get worse, then you go to that expert. But who is the real expert? Are we in an age where people are doing the jobs that the social contract of society says that they should do? Public servants are themselves violating a lot of what society expects. Public servants are supposed to serve the public. And what we see is that they have posh lifestyles. They go for jobs that guarantee them all kinds of luxuries that have nothing to do with serving the public. And they don't keep the dharma, the social contract of doing what they're supposed to do. That includes politicians, it includes lawmakers, it includes people at WHO and the US FDA and the Indian government of Ayush and every level in every country where there's a Ministry of Health or a Department of Health where those people are supposed to be working for the health of the public. So we have this thing called public health, right? So I have a master's of public health. I went in with a lot of excitement that I was going to learn how to take care of the health of the public. What I learned was how to sell vaccines, how to further the mainstream medical agenda, which is all about evidence, but it's only this kind of evidence and not that kind of evidence, and how to make sure that we as public health servants wrote grants to get ourselves good money, and what all the secrets were to make sure that we were well taken care of. And okay, it's fine to give a little bit to the poor and the needy. I have served on dozens of medical missions in many, many countries. And I can tell you that the people that go in for emergency medical care take care of themselves. It's very, very rare that those doctors and nurses don't take the higher luxuries. I'm not saying they shouldn't take care of themselves, but they have a lot of luxuries. And this is something that we need to think about. Why? And I can point to people in this conference. I can point to myself 20 years ago when I was at a full-time job at one of the New York Presbyterian hospitals, and we got all kinds of privileges that I'm embarrassed to tell you about. And so what are public servants doing? And are we public servants? Second part of this theme, which in the title was mental gaps. This includes both the mental gaps of an individual as well as the mental gaps of understanding. So several people have talked about mental health. And I embrace Ayurveda, I embrace yoga and energy work and chaplaincy, because these really address where people are at in their psychic, emotional, mental, non-tangible, non-chemical selves. And I shouldn't say non-chemical because these obviously affect our brain, our neural systems, and thus our bodies. But we call those psychosomatic as though they are invalid. Though the evidence shows that the psyche definitely affects the soma. We already know that through hardcore neuroscience, but we pretend that it's not there. So mental health of a population, mental health of a community, mental health of a family, mental health of an individual is not being addressed because we're supposed to look at the chemical evidence and not the evidence of subtle energies, which are those non-tangible, non-physical molecules. We're looking at waves and not particles. We're also talking about mental gaps in awareness because people have low understanding. They have low self-connection with their own mind, with their brain, but they also, even the smart ones, and I know a lot of smart people in not only my different professions as a scientist, a trained pharmacologist and a neuroscientist, a trained public health person and a trained physician. I know a lot of people who are smart, but I also know a lot of people who, I'll just say it, they are ignorant, they have their eyes closed, and they have very low awareness of other disciplines. They have very low self-connection, they don't meditate, they don't take care of their own bodies. And most of my cohort from medical school is on huge amounts of drugs because they are dealing with diseases, thinking that aging and illness is part of the normalcy. If those people are at the head of the healthcare system, then what are we giving to the patients? So we come to the pink elephant, which is this last phrase in this topic title. The pink elephant is today's healthcare system and all the people that are working in it to benefit their own careers, benefit their own pockets, and make their own lives better without being public servants. They are the price gouging providers of healthcare who are in areas that they call healthcare, but they have nothing to do with care and they have nothing to do with health. And Madan Thangavelu, Dr. Thangavelu and I have had a lot of talks about this over hours and hours. And, what do we do with them? Who are they? Like why do we allow them to be and why are they here? And they are the people that are in the biotechnology, hospital systems, healthcare insurance, and then of course we're the pharmaceutical companies, which I think a couple of people have talked about. In addition, I made a list, which I put in the abstract that you can find. Biological product companies, medical suppliers of plastic and protective equipment, hospital-based or hospital-associated facilities, health insurance companies, I said, and biopharmaceutical makers. So I actually worked for Gray Advertising for some time, and we had accounts with the pharmaceutical companies. They paid us really well, and they gave us a lot of perks. And when I asked them, they said, well, we're part of the healthcare system. I said, well, where's your attention to health and where's your attention to care? And they said, look, our job is just to get the medicine out there. It's not our problem. I said, well, what about medicine that does no harm? That's not our agenda. Our agenda, by law, as a corporation, is to make money for our investors and for our, what shall we say, our owners and our stockholders. So the governments have set it up to protect the corporations that they have no ethical, legal, or financial obligations. And most people that I know working in those large associations, some of them are going to think I hate them, but they are not taking care of the public. And they've left that side of their jobs. So I put here asterisk patients, the patients that want to feel better. The ones that get sick are the ones that can change the system. The NIH Office of Alternative Medicines, which first started out as the Office of Unconventional Medical Practices in 1991-92, when I worked there, it was called the Office of Alternative Medicine, and then it has grown and grown, and now it's called the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. That group of people had their office started in 1990 by a senator whose wife was ill, who wasn't getting better through the mainstream system. And she got better using alternative, as we are calling it, or TCIM. And she said, well, if I got better with TCIM and it wasn't within the mainstream system and the doctors are not practicing it, why don't we have some kind of study of it? And that is what led to the formation of that office, which has had lots of politics around it. I actually sit on 2 committees at the NIH with very esteemed doctors and scientists. And the conversation is sometimes heartening, but most of the time it is very, very difficult to see how ignorant these scientists are of anything outside of their discipline. The biochemist doesn't understand toxicology. The toxicologist doesn't understand pharmacology. The clinical chemist doesn't understand neuroscience. The neuroscientist doesn't understand public health. And there's no seamless connection between sciences, and it's propagating it. Now you take them and you make them patients. So here are 5 categories of patients that are the problem. One is MDs and medical physician experts who feel like I was trained that I'm at the top of the helm of the mainstream medical system. It's my job to run things. And I will tell you, there are many times I didn't have the answers. And I asked, well, what do I do? Just make it up and go. And I said, but it could harm the patient. No one's going to say anything. Just go ahead and do it. I made a lot of mistakes because we just didn't know what we were doing. Today in the USA, modern medicine, mainstream medicine is a 3rd leading cause of death. Not some reflux or not some constipation, not a skin rash, death. And people know this. There have been lots and lots of studies published, but it's not being addressed, that we need to bring in other kinds of healing if this evidence-based, scientific-based system is a 3rd leading cause of death. In addition, there have been many studies done that show that the mainstream medical practices that form, the top 500 practices that we do in mainstream medicine, it's something like 15% that are evidence-based. And the rest of them are just there because they are there. Now, the study that I'm thinking of is from 1978. There was one follow-up study and it didn't show. That was 11% and the recent one was 15%. So what exactly are these people who are in the healthcare system, but not practicing physicians, not experts of the literature? They are just quoting things. So I am a medical journalist, bona fide member of the press, and I've been writing a newspaper column for, I don't know how long, a year and a half, on COVID and complementary medicines. And I can tell you that a lot of journalists pretend that because they've been covering a beat. And I even had a journalist tell me, well, I'm almost a doctor because I've been covering COVID. So what it means is there are a lot of people intervening and making decisions who really have not read the literature. So please don't talk to us about evidence. If you want to talk about evidence, talk with someone like Madan Thangavelu, myself, and a few others who really do read the literature. The second group of patients, I just talked about them. They're in the healthcare system, but they're not clinicians. They don't see patients, and they pretend they know the science. And they say evidence-based medicine is a randomized clinical trial. It's not. And we'll talk about that in a bit. TCIM practitioners who are with low self-esteem and have low knowledge of other healing systems. I have been in India for the last, many years. And I can tell you that most yoga therapists don't know much about Ayurveda. Most homeopaths don't know about Unani. The mainstream medical doctors don't know any of these other systems. There's no incentive and there's no good program that is integrating it, despite the fact that in India, for example, there's a law that has been passed into an act called the National Commission for Indian Systems of Medicine, where they are planning that by 2030, they will integrate modern medicine with all of the other systems. There are 8 systems of legally bona fide medicine in India itself, and they're trying to interface them. And it's a real mess because we have people like a previous speaker who just said there's no basis for Ayurveda and other kinds of evidence because they can't give pure products, or they can't give it evidence in the way that Western science needs. We can go into that in a couple of slides. In addition, patients include lay persons who don't have any power when they're alone. And the only way they have power is when they form associations and groups. In addition, there are lay persons with a lot of power because they have money, power, privilege, but then they make decisions which are so lacking in evidence, lacking in awareness of the literature that's out there that's scientific, and certainly lacking in that ability to heal. They have not cleaned their 5 senses so that they can develop their 6th sense, and that 6th sense is needed in order to practice healing of subtle energy. So I didn't put these people in the category because these are the people that I'm actually working with now. They are the hidden healers, the hidden practitioners of subtle energy medicine, which acknowledges that light is both particle and wave. Particle is that tangible thing that we can measure, and waves are things that we can't because they come from an intangible place, yet they are real. So, I actually don't have, just calculating how much time I have. I don't have enough time to go through these slides in detail, but because there was a call for evidence, I'm just going to share a few of these with you. One is that people used to make fun of yogis and Ayurvedic people to put oil on their hair, saying, what are they doing? Why does it have Brahmi in it? Why does it have Bringaraj in it? There's no use for these herbs, and these herbs aren't pure. Well, the answer that Ayurvedic doctors would give is that it penetrates through to the mind and affects the mind. And I had allopathic doctors laugh at me saying, what do you think? There's no circulation between the scalp and the hair, right? The hair follicle and the inside of the head, the brain. And then this study came out a couple of years ago that shows that there are actually connections between the hair follicle and the small arteries between them going through the scalp, the dura, the levels of the covering of the brain, and past the skull and those coverings into the inside of the brain. And this has been tested and shown. So you can say that this is an anatomical, physiological reality that is being ignored by every doctor that is so ignorant that they're not looking at this evidence, okay? So these are examples of evidence being there, being in the world, but not being seen by those experts who then say, There's no evidence, there's no evidence, there's no evidence for TCIM. Another is that in Ayurveda, we use a lot of oils and we put them on the skin and we say that these oils will heal. And I've heard for years and years that there's no evidence that these oils have any use. If you've ever used Murivenna oil for pain, you know that this works. If you've ever used Mahanarayan for post-stroke victims to rejuvenate their nerve muscle connections, you know that this works. But if you've never used them, then you say, well, there's no evidence. Then you can say that. But then there was a report in Nature about 3 years ago that shows that there's this new organ called the interstitium, which is a highway under the skin and above the muscle that is actually collapsed when you do pathology, tissue samples. Well, that's because they don't have advanced techniques for understanding the skin. So they are using cytopathology as their truth, but that truth was wrong. And that's exactly what these people said in scientific reports. Oops, we made a mistake in the way that we sampled our tissue. Well, if you look at live tissue, there's actually this huge interstitium that's like its own organ. And actually it's a highway for passing all kinds of medicines through. And we kind of know this through transdermal pharmaceutical medicines, but we just ignore it when it comes to the use of oils and other lepas. Lepas are poultices that are used in various medical traditions. So I'm going to speed up a little bit. Ojas is the concept of immunity, and the correlations between Ojas and the immune system and the way that we're understanding natural killer cells and the dendritic cells. And, this is the work of Johnny Kipner, the glial cells in the brain, which outnumber the neurons almost 1 to 10. Those glial cells aren't just cushions and insulation. They are also immune cells that kind of morph into immune functions when needed and have altered gene expression as needed and then come back in. And that immune function that they provide to the brain means that the blood-brain barrier isn't as closed off as we thought it was, and that there is a lot of rejuvenation and plasticity, but also cleaning out of the brain. Ayurveda talks about Ojas and where that starts and that concept of immunity starting in the mind. So it says that when you live in fear and mental weakness, and you're not happy, you have worry and afflictions, you're hopeless, then you start losing your health and your immunity. There's a bunch of studies around clock genes. All of you know that the clock gene triplet, they got the Nobel Prize about 4 years ago. This was Roshas, Young, and Hall. And they, if you look at this, there's a German word called Zeitgeber, which is about physiologic, rhythmic things in the environment that then connect to the human brain. Ayurveda has been telling everyone that dinacharya is so very important. And there's actually a second slide on this that talks about chronobiology and the moon system. So in India, a lot of people live by the tithi, which is the lunar calendar. Not only does it affect the tides, but it also affects the water in our body. And there's more and more evidence that lunar chronobiology has an effect on the body. So when we talk about not only the full moon and fasting on Ekadashi, or certain kinds of rituals that we do around eclipses, people say, well, that's just superstition. There's no basis for it. There's no evidence for it. But yet the studies are coming out that are showing this kind of evidence. There is evidence about 3 generations. Ayurveda talks very strongly about 3 generations, your grandmother, your mother, and you, and how those things that you do today were actually programmed genetically. This is not your epigenetics, this is your DNA genetics 3 generations ago. Why did Ayurveda talk about this in their books 8,000, 10,000 years ago? I'm showing you these evidences because I'll make the conclusions that we ignore ancient evidence. We think it's not evidence. We pretend like if it wasn't done on a rat or a cell culture in the last 50 years, then it's not evidence. Why? Why do we assume that? So I'll get to that in a bit. There's also a bunch of studies that show that if you take too many statins, which is, one of the top sales of drugs in the world, that you get depleted. Why? Because it lowers cholesterol. We need cholesterol in our body. And there's lots of studies that show that neurological diseases are increased when people are on statins for too long. There are lots of studies on inflammation and how inflammation, and actually this study itself is about Ayurvedic doshik analysis, the prakriti or the body constitution, and how there is actually a genetic basis behind it. This is the work of a whole team in India. There's a lot of evidence on fasting and what we call upavasa or langhana in Ayurveda, which is one of the key treatments for COVID, long COVID healing. All these people that are stuck, that have been coming to us, doctors saying, oh, I've had COVID, 6 months ago and I'm still not well. We use langhana. Langhana is a systematic way of fasting. Whereas doctors always tell me, oh, fasting is bad. There's no role for food as medicine. There is the term Janapada Udvamsa, which is the Ayurvedic term for pandemics and how to deal with them. And this is for laypersons, is one of my newspaper columns that talks about using dhupana and how medicinal smoke will reduce stuff in the air, including fungi, bacteria, and viruses. And there's evidence for this. There's evidence for ghee, but the studies in the Lancet that vilified ghee were done on improperly made ghee. And so, of course, you're going to get, if you put in bad evidence, you're going to get bad evidence. And then metals, my most favorite thing. There is something called the metallome, which is the proven assertion, the proven evidence that our bodies have metal. Yes, you all know about iron in hemoglobin and ceruloplasmin, which has copper in it, in the liver, but there are a whole bunch of minerals. And so all of this stuff that we hear about heavy metals being bad for the body, in India, we have treated hundreds of patients with COVID by using these metals. Abrakabhasma is one of the main ones. There is nothing wrong with heavy metals if you know how to process them. But the fear of heavy metals is one of the ways that we can see that scientists actually don't follow evidence. Scientists have closed minds. They don't even think about the fact that there are humans that have been using heavy metals regularly, continuously for the last, we can say conservatively, 1,200, 1,300 years. Okay, so I'm just going to finish with the last two slides. What is really happening? As actually Dr. Peter just said, this is not about science. This is about our belief systems. If your friend tells you, I have a friend who just healed from using a Kansu wand, which is a 5-metal wand that pulls out toxins from the body, you say, oh, let me try it. Where is your evidence-based medicine? Oh, well, your friend used it and it worked. That is how things move forward. Because if we actually looked at the science, we would have a very different take on mask wearing. I spent 30 years in a hospital with masks. I know a lot about which masks work and which ones don't, and the studies that are coming out and what kind of evidence they are, and how these non-clinicians blindly take this evidence and treat it as though it's real evidence. A lot of the evidence out there is not real, as we know from many editors of leading medical peer-reviewed gold standard journals who have resigned because they said that it was falsified data, it was pharmaceutical funded data, it was wrong to be published. When those get retracted, why don't we respond and say the evidence is not always evidence? We blindly followed the quoting of evidence without actually witnessing and actually understanding. In addition, as a pharmacologist, I just want to say that when we use mice and slugs and various other organisms as animal models, and we count that as evidence, and we think that's real evidence, even though those, especially gut microbiome and neurologic studies, they are not valid. They don't relate to the human being, and we already know that. But there's a whole body of literature around those models. But they're willing to ignore thousands of years of human clinical evidence in Chinese medicine, Tibetan medicine, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Celtic medicine, Yoruba medicine, and so many medicines that are on the planet that many of you have been practicing. And I'm not even talking about subtle energies. So I want to ask, why are ancient continuous healing practices not evidence? And why are the people that are in charge at the WHO and the US FDA and my colleagues on these committees at the NIH so closed-minded that that's not real evidence? So I was going to actually spend a lot more time talking about examples of the parallel universe in the USA. You know, there's something called the Dietary Supplements Health and Education Act of 1994. It's called DSHEA. It allows people to buy a lot of these TCIMs as dietary supplements. That doesn't mean there's no evidence for them. That means that they're in an exempted category. And what I see is that there are many governments who pretend like these are not medicines. What they are is they're exempted, right? Just like a grandfather clause, they're exempted. And so because they're not recognized by authorities, there are all of these groups that pretend that they're not real. But I will tell you, I see many people who are sick, who are in those positions of power. For whatever reason, they come to me, maybe because I have an Ayurvedic credential and an allopathic credential, and I've been practicing integrative medicine. What happens to the evidence? And I tell some of them, you have spent the last 20 years at a pharmaceutical company or working for this, you know, you're a minister in the government or whatever. Why don't you go to use your allopathy? Go off to your hospital. Why are you trying to come to Ayurveda? When they really get sick, they want to come to the healer. They don't care about evidence. And that is the reality that we need to move forward with as a group of complementary medicine. What should we say? I'll just say the community, because I don't know how many people are actually experts and how many people are just propagators. So we are also ignoring that the RCT, the randomized clinical trial crossover design, whatever, is just not current. It's an archaic model, and there are whole systems research models. There is patient-centered outcomes research. There is a groundswell of different models for good evidence that people ignore. Why? Because it's convenient, because they never bothered to update their knowledge since 1975 when they graduated from medical school or PhD or whatever. So what we need is to look at the people who are smart enough to have there's a groundswell of a wellness movement. And those are the business people who are out there creating the wellness movement. Yoga is a $75 billion business in the USA. Do you think people would keep spending the money if it didn't give them healing, health, and wellness? Why are we ignoring people who are healers, who are non-pharmaceutical and non-physical, that work with the waves and not with the particles? And it has to do with what many of our previous speakers said, and I gracefully bow to them. And that is that this is another agenda going on. And all of you that work in any level of government, national or international, should really open your eyes and see that this is about money. I will end with an example. One of the reasons I'm in India is because I haven't gotten the vaccine because I got COVID. And then my doctor, I had oxygen down to 77%, I had pulmonary fibrosis, all kinds of bad things happened. So he said, test your antibodies. I had such high antibodies that he warned me not to get the vaccine until my antibody levels come down. So as a scientist and as a clinician, my question is, if I already have high antibody levels, which is exactly what the vaccine is supposed to do, then why do I have to get a vaccine if I've already got the biochemical endpoint that the vaccines are supposed to give me? And when no one can answer that, the answer is that they want me to get a vaccine because it creates money. It's not about people who naturally had COVID and have natural immunity. It's about some agenda for a vaccine. So, and it's not even a vaccine because it doesn't do no harm. There are plenty of people dying. What we do in the medical community is we just recategorize them. If you've been vaccinated, you cannot get COVID. The hospitals say that you are in a different category. So you're not counted as a COVID case, and that keeps the COVID cases down. There's a lot of stuff like that happening. So if you're not a clinician, go and learn what evidence is before you tell people what evidence-based medicine is. So Tomas, if that was too sharp, I apologize. I know you have your head down because you're either embarrassed or you're wondering. But I just wanted to share this perspective because as a clinician, as a scientist, as a public health worker, and as an Ayurvedic practitioner, you know, I'm very much invested in what's really happening. And I thank you for listening to me. Namaste to all of you.
Děkuji. Je nádherné se vidět takto přes oceán a slyšet tolik moudrých slov.
Very nice to see each other across the ocean and to listen to so many wise words. I will be happy if not only you, Baswati, but also the others will be able to use their experience in the area of the platform to be able to serve to all of us. And now I would like to invite Professor Valdis Piraks from Latvia, the director of the International Institute for Index Studies and professor of medicine at the University of Latvia. He's going to speak about the future visions of integrative medicine in Latvia and also talk about the current state, which is definitely an important topic. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Thomas, and I'm very happy that you have me here, and I have this opportunity to use the emerging platform to share our experience here in Latvia. And as you see from the background also of my appearance, I'm coming from very classical university, and this university building is more than 150 years old, and we have also new buildings built recently, but still there's a very classical approach. But not always classical means something old-fashioned, as you know, better than me. And it also applies for the tradition of integrative medicine in Latvia. And I'm happy just to repeat the old classical definition of health by WHO from 1948, that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And all discussions about that something is going wrong with medicine today, and medicine is becoming a part of industry and is not dealing anymore with patient healing. It's true, but we have to return to the healthy basis of medicine, which was always there. And I like to say that Ayurveda and other branches of medicine are not ancient, traditional. It is a part of the future medicine. Actually, hopefully it's a medicine of the 21st century. And then people are starting to think, could it be true at all? But if you look at this definition of health, it's a perfect definition of integrative medicine. And why I will tell you my personal story and path in integrative medicine and Ayurveda in particular. And this is based on the views of my predecessor as a head of internal medicine at the University of Latvia. And his name is Martin Schiele. And he wrote a book which was published almost 90 years back. This book is available still in German. In English, the title is About the Worldview of Physician and the meaning of disease. And the subtitle is Appeal to the Life Synthesis. So again, you see a perfect hint to the integrative medicine. And by the way, he organized back in 1930, so more than 90 years back, in this old building, which is behind my picture, in the Aula Magna, the great hall of the university, and the first international Congress on synthesis of medicine. At that time, I think the synthesis of medicine was approximately the same as we understand today with the word integrative medicine. And in his introduction, he wrote, "It will be natural to expect that the health of people, and especially those who are actually benefit by the hygienic measures, would have reached a high not previously attained, but that is by no means the case. The death rate has thus diminished, but this fact has its definite and understandable cause, but morbidity increases in such proportions as to cause the utmost apprehension." How true is it? Also for the modern times we are living in. On the average, man attains an unquestionably greater age than formerly, but marked by a more or less pronounced state of ill health. So this is, again, the good basis to promote alternative approaches to the healing of people. And he asked then another question: what is the task of the physician? The task of the physician is to give such a push to the patient's life processes, or to tow those filaments or registries, actually, he wrote, that potential healing factors existing in every human could ensure further process of recovery. So this is the classical view how the healing of humans should be. And then he wrote about the causal genetic phenomenon of life. And he wrote that what we see in our patients is a superficial or real layer. And there is some deeper layer which we can probably obtain by different difficult biochemical tests, for example. This is so-called potential level. And then there is something which we cannot actually understand properly, which is a so-called all-causal prepotential layer. So I choose the DNA for this, but of course, that prepotential layer is even much deeper than that. And then he wrote that any healing act is a council of three, namely physician, patient, and the God, whatever you understand under that. So in this causal genetic phenomenon of life, in the real layer, physician observes clinical signs of disease only. And in the potential layer, there should be some antagonistic causes of health and disease. And in the prepotential layer, there is a primary cause of life and world moving energy. So those are philosophical ideas of my teacher's teacher. So, and as a head of internal medicine at the Latvian University, I'm simply obliged to follow this tradition. And I like to show to my students this slide, slide, that the natural history of any disease, especially any chronic disease, is the death. But with the help of understanding of those potential and probably prepotential antagonistic factors in different levels of human body and psyche as well. So, and you see the bridge to Ayurvedic understanding of equilibriums and doshas and etc. So if you understand as a proper physician that you can move this very slightly from pathogenetic pole to the hygiogenetic, his term was more Greek than salutogenetic, which is used by many authors which are mixing Latin and Greek together. So, and this is recovery. So if you play with that conus, you can easily see the difference between the doctor who is just serving to the medical industry and proper doctor who is healing the patient. Actually, the term integrative medicine is nowadays much more accepted by administrators and healthcare organizers, and this is just because of this those publications in the 1990s, and this is one example of Trevor Hancock's ideas on the integrative approach. It's not integrative medicine, but it's integrative approach. And he puts the consciousness in the center of healing. And that in other way means that always if we are treating patient, we have to care about the environment, not just about the biological processes and radiological changes which should be cured as in a medical industry. So then I turn to the question how to integrate the science of body, mind, and spirit. And it was already touched, this question, how to translate it to the language of the Western science. And I agree with the previous speakers that there's a huge wall or misunderstanding and much deviation actually in this. But I have a bit different view on this. If we really want to make a change, there should be always a unity of proper education, research, and clinical practice. And only then we can blame the healthcare organizers and ministries. So this is an example of Ayurvedic education, but it applies to other TCIM systems as well. So proper education is missing, especially in the West. And I know that also in India it's missing. And I don't know about China, but I guess the situation is not much better than in the rest of the world. So proper education with modern scientific terms, so that we are bridging really the education of younger people so that they can find a job in and work together in integrative way together with other healthcare practitioners. Then Nandu Goswami, I think, delivered a good introduction about the research, which makes a fundament for the proper understanding how can we translate this old knowledge, which is definitely, I agree with Baswati, it's evidence-based, but it's a different kind of evidence. And that means we have to redefine what we understand under that. And then finally, Ayurvedic clinical practice. And Ayurvedic clinical practice should be practiced in integrative way. That means the treatment of patients should be by the team, and team members should include TCIM experts. So, and not struggling and competition between them. So how to reach it? So we have to integrate, at least in Latvia, we are trying to integrate yoga, Ayurveda, and Western traditional medicine. And I think it also symbolizes this trinity of body, mind, and spirit, which should be integrated properly. So those are branches of different TCIM methods. So in Latvia, in the institution I'm chairing, we are trying to integrate those three. So about our successes, we have educated more than 100 MDs, so doctors with a completed degree. Usually they are doing their final stage of education in India, in Coimbatore. And then we have every year a public yoga day, and then we have performances of Indian classical music. And those are our students in Latvia. Yeah, not so many as at the beginning, but they are receiving diplomas, which are recognized by the Ministry of Education and Science. So it's an accredited program. Because in Latvia, we are one of the few countries in European Union where Ayurvedic medical specialist is a recognized method. So it's not a separate subspecialty, but it's a part of an additional method of treatment which could be used by GPs or internists or by endocrinologists, etc. In terms of research, we recently, just 1 month ago, published in 7th July 2021, we published a research article in Evidence-Based Complementary and Alternative Medicine, the journal by Hindavi, about antibacterial and anti-inflammatory potential of polyherbal formulation used in chronic wound healing. And we tried, of course, in several journals until we understood that Ayurveda should be removed from the title, and instead of Ayurvedic formulation, polyherbal formulation was used, and then the problem dissolved. So it was successfully published. So in order to propagate authentic Ayurveda. It should be, I think it's very important to have those classical texts translated. And I know many classical texts, including Charaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita, are translated in not only in English, but in all other major languages outside India also. But our ambition was to translate Ashtanga Hridaya into Latvian. And believe or not, this book is quite popular. And this book is not only in Latvian. We have in opposite pages, the reader could read also the old Sanskrit text, Sanskrit verses. Then we completed also a web-based explanatory dictionary for the basic terms in Ayurveda, yoga, and Indian classical music. And I was happy to hear from Mr. Geeta Krishnan that it's also the ambition of WHO. And I think those initiatives are also very important to bridge the traditional medicines with modern understanding of medicine to create a 21st century medicine. This dictionary was we included 1,000 basic terms, and those terms are in Sanskrit, Latvian, and English. And you may wonder why Latvian is there. Of course, the English translation is much more available. Latvian is much less available. But another explanation is that we have so many Indo-European words which are much more similar between Latvian and Sanskrit than between Sanskrit and English. That is another interesting phenomenon. So I know that the time is late, and I want to just to conclude with this picture. Those are two pictures how our predecessors from the Renaissance time and also from the 19th century understood that well-being without spiritual part is emptiness, is leading to nothing. And I think this lazy, tasty land, probably we are somehow living in this environment nowadays, especially in European countries, should be transformed. And our initiative, our Prague initiative, or the platform for exchanges of our views, I think it's really a way out of this, and I appreciate. I will be very pleased to really to participate in this network. Thank you very much.
Tato spolupráce bude jistě přínosem nám všem.
Cooperation will certainly be beneficial to all of us. In one of the presentations, a war was shown, and that reminds me of a situation that is, there are parts of every war. We were talking about Berlin Wall and the Chinese Wall, and the Berlin Wall was impregnable for decades, and then a moment came when it was dismantled, put down. If you work sincerely, wholeheartedly, you will succeed. And for the time being, all those, to this moment, all those who spoke here worked wholeheartedly. And my next guest is more than adequate to this description. And Gavela from the UK. He is a biologist at the University of Cambridge, and his contribution is titled One Country, One Land, One Health, or increasing the conscience about the climatic changes, about the human activity. And I would like now to pass the floor on him.
Thomas, good evening. Good evening to all of you in Prague. Good evening to all of you around the world, and a delight to be here. It's a bit intimidating to be the last speaker of the day because we've had excellent presentations over the past few hours. And I felt my task here would be to bring together what's been presented and also try and see if we can justify why this platform that Thomas and colleagues have put together in Prague is very, very important for providing a new direction in where we should be going with healthcare and where we should be going with health and well-being, not only for Europe, but for all of the world. It's not an easy task, and I intentionally chose a few phrases in the title. One was One Earth, One Health, which is a theme that was presented by Prime Minister Modi at the G7 summit recently, saying there is a need for all nations to start to rethink what we mean by health and what we mean by healthcare, and are we getting value for what we are being told. And number two, the even greater dangers that are there with us, which is climate and climate change. And I want to bring all this together to show that what we are doing here in Prague is going to be a model for the world. And as Jasper mentioned, our task is to keep this platform alive, unlike the Cambrella platform that somehow could have been kept alive, but as Jasper says, the information is still there. We can bring it back together. So this is my little task, and to help me with this task, I'm going to use a few slides, if I may. And I will try and be as coherent as possible in connecting one image to the next. There may be a few places where we might feel it a bit clunky, but I will try and show you what the connections are. So, can you see my slides? Not yet. Bear with me.
Not yet, Madanji. I can't see them yet.
Bear with me. There were several themes that we touched on today, and for me, if there's one image that brings all this together, it would be this one. And the simple comment that health is very different from healthcare. And I hope it's up on screen now. Thank you. So health is very different from healthcare, and somehow we confuse these two things. And sometimes it's not intentional, and sometimes it is intentional. It's made there to confuse people. And I think we've come to a level of maturity where we can see the difference between health and healthcare. And in our earlier discussions, when we were still early days of planning this whole thing, I've made a comment to Thomas, which he picked up and he's used as the theme here, which is health knows no boundaries. And in my earlier comments, which has not appeared here, I said infectious health. If we had a virus that actually goes around the world and gives people health, how would the world react to this? And so these were ideas we were playing around, and this is what we have here today. Health knows no boundaries. And my rather busy slide here brings together many, many things. I've done the busy slide intentionally. Theme is One Earth, One Health. And I've put within that a comment here about health and care for the 21st century and beyond. I think we are vastly lacking that. And it's come through in all the presentations about where we are lacking. It came through very nicely in Geeta's presentation about what the World Health Organization is trying to do. In several platforms, I've made this comment, which may come across as very rude to a lot of people. 70 plus years on, the World Health Organization today is more a World Disease Organization. I think the World Health Organization, the way it sits today, is well past its sell-by date. If it was for me, I would disband this entire organization, sell it to the highest bidder, and form what would be called a true World Health Organization, something that brings together the needs of the people rather than the profiteering that goes on there, and bring in the other aspects and the other sensitivities that are needed. And Isabel touched on it very nicely. That is empowering individuals and bringing in those dimensions into healthcare that cannot be documented in what Nandu wanted, which is randomized controlled trials. You want to be able to find a new way to capture and express certain aspects of how a community feels. And Isabel was right in saying we might have to use other tools and other language. I put this in the context of something else, which is the science of wellness. There is a science behind good health and well-being. And when we look around to see where this science resides, we will have to look around the world. We will see the Indian sciences have the best descriptions of health and wellness. And more importantly, if one is serious and looks within it, you will see lessons for how that ancient knowledge informs integrative medicine for the future. Valdis touched on it very nicely in several ways. And where it informs precision health and care, which is what we want, which the world is talking about, but doesn't know how to deliver this, and how within the ancient Indian sciences, you can find the future of global healthcare systems, not only healthcare systems, but also medical education and research. This is an ongoing journey. I want to thank many people who have been closely associated with me in this journey. And they're all very precious. So I'm going to take a few seconds just to list them out. First of all, the Ayush Valley Foundation, a new foundation based in Kerala, along on the banks of Kerala's longest river, Bharatapura, and connected with what we call the oldest Ayurveda hospital in the world, the Kerala Ayurveda Samajam. The second organization I want to thank, the Transdisciplinary University in Bangalore. Many of the activities that we are talking about and thinking about and we're trying to grapple are transdisciplinary. They don't sit within any one discipline. You necessarily have to go across disciplines to find answers and see the connections. European Ayurveda Association has been very important in enabling all this. Peter is here with us. And prior to that, our previous president, Dr. Harsha Gramanga, who held the organization together for over 10 years and put together 2 of the European World Ayurveda Congresses. So very important for us. And I want to thank the all-party parliamentary group on Indian traditional sciences here in the UK. We are the only organization in the world, as far as we know, in a parliamentary setup that engages with the Indian traditional sciences. Amarjit Bamra, who is in the Presidium, will be presenting tomorrow about the work they have done with connecting India and the UK to understand long COVID using a single herb. I also want to thank the Department of Integrative Medicine and Biophysics. Now, this is a very important connection, the biophysics connection at a small university in Florence in Italy. Keep in mind, the oldest university in the world is Italian University in Bologna, and Florence, of course, is a seat of learning for health and medicine for many years. And along with Nanduji, who is here at the Medical University in Graz, as Nandu says, we are doing a lot of work there. Also, the Ayush Darpan Foundation, which is a very large foundation in Uttarakhand in the northwest east of India. Now, the bold title that we have for this event is that it's time for a change, and that health, unlike what we normally talk about as illness and the plagues, health also knows no boundaries. All of these presentations are part of a much larger series that I've worked on over the years. And I'll just read through the broad titles: Ayurveda, Decoding for Optimization, Refinement and Scaling, which was presented at the Ayurveda College, Coimbatore, sometime back, a few days back. And the last thing on precision medicine, which is an important aspect. I want to touch on all of these aspects as we go in. And I want to show why a platform like what we are putting together in Prague is necessary for all of this thing. And without this, we would not make much inroads. I also want to thank, among my collaborators, Valdis, who's here with us today, who has been very firm in his approach to connect Coimbatore with Latvia and highlighting the connections between the cultures and the language. And as he said, they're the first European language, European nation that has translated Ashtanga into Latvian. The connections between Latvian and Sanskrit is well known to people who are in that space. I also want to thank a team at the Benares Hindu University, and shown here, Kishore Patwardhan, who is the coordinator and the principal investigator for the Ayurveda network. I encourage all viewing here to visit and to review the work that's been put together there, and supported by the Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, funded by the Ministry of Human Resource Development. I want to highlight that organizations like this and the ministry are the people who will support this platform, and the comments that Valdis made about lacunas in training and teaching. So there are people there are things going on. It is for us to convince and connect with these people. Finally, I want to thank the European Congress the European Congress for Integrative Medicine, who are echoing our sentiments. I think there'll be a presentation about this at the Congress too. So the European Society of Integrative Medicine, they all need to be drawn into this dialogue. So I want to echo here Jasper's comment that we don't want our efforts to evaporate. And we are working very hard to keep those connections together and keep those energies alive. And how is it that we are doing this? Here is one example of where we are trying to do and shape a mandate for the future. This was the first Indo-European workshop on next generation physiology for healthy lifestyle. And the theme of that event held the first month of 2019 was physiology for good health and prevention of non-communicable diseases. Nanduji touched on this, and shown here are all the people who are connected with this activity: University of Graz, the European Ayurveda Association, INSERM in France. And our partner in India was the Department of Physiology at the All India Institute of Medical Science in New Delhi. The All India Institute of Medical Science in New Delhi are the first group in the world who did EEG recordings on brain waves in yogis. And, you know, they have known since late 1950, early 1960s, that there was a possibility to manage certain electrical properties of the brain just by meditation and yoga. That work remains. Much of it's superseded with more information about how it works. But the point here is that we have connected with the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi to bring out and to revisit the science of what is behind the best practices, global best practices. And the term that was used earlier on non-pharmacological interventions, it becomes very, very important to start to build the science towards these things and defining the sciences of not just cure or cure that doesn't work, that's what we have today, to perhaps new kinds of cures, which could well be from non-pharmacological interventions, to disease prevention that Nanduji talked about, to phrases that I like to separate and distinguish, which is health maintenance and health promotion. The logic, the grammar, the rationale for all of those phrases, promotion, maintenance, prevention, and cure, and the grammar is completely different. And I hope we will spend time at venues like this and gatherings like this to encourage people to understand what these terms mean. I highlight here the work by Professor Gregory Nino and Montpellier. I hope Gregory will join this platform as time passes on non-pharmacological interventions. And this is a note about his book, and he correctly highlights that there is a need for new answers to the kind of demographic, health, and environmental transitions that are going on. And that transdisciplinary approach is needed. And we might have to go into areas where traditional modern medicine feels slightly uncomfortable, but there is immense scope for dialogue, particularly from a place like Montpellier, if they're willing to support this work and enable scholarship in this area. Montpellier being the home of the oldest medical school in Europe. So I feel encouraged that there are many things going on. It's just that we need to bring and draw in these people together. And what we are doing here is a very, very important first step. Here is a representation of what Valdis in his presentation talked about briefly. You know, he highlighted the professor there, his teacher's teacher, and who had a sensitivity that talked about the subtle filaments of all causal healing. And that sensitivity was there, not just in the recent past, but it's been there with us for thousands of years. And that logic is represented on the far left and the far right of this image. Modern medicine understands it differently, but I think the time has arrived for us to revisit those two extremes, the two ends, to see if there are energies, aspects of subtle energies that Dr. Baswati Bhattacharya talked about, and things that are understood in yoga's Panchakosha theory. You know. There is a need to revisit those things. And as I said earlier, All India Institute of Medical Science are leaders in this. They have a sleep lab. They're doing several things. And I hope when this network evolves, we will connect with things. Jasper made a very interesting comment. He said, there are a lot of people who feel that the science behind this, there is no science behind it, or the science behind this is too far away and not approachable. And I want to correct this. The reason for that comment is almost always due to complete ignorance about what has happened in the field. And I don't want to blame anyone in particular, but I feel the corridors of power and where policy making is made is a very protected environment. We never get to know what goes on there, who are the advisors, who is consulting, and who is providing information. Now, I highlight here work done as early as the 1960s by this gentleman, Herbert Froelich, who was a physicist. I guess Valdis will appreciate this because he is originally trained in physics. Froelich's hypothesis and Froelich's idea of a flux tube. For all of us in Ayurveda, that tube, that little tube that connects the mouth to the anus, what we call the Mahashrota, this is the way in which Froelich would have visualized that little tube. And Ayurveda holds these tubes in great value. It talks about the whole body being one large tube. And Froelich's physics and thinking, which awaits attention. Born in Germany, he lived in and died here in the UK, worked in Liverpool as professor of physics. Froelich's work awaits attention. So when an organization like the European Commission is not able to see these kind of connections and the wealth of information that is waiting to be analyzed, one can only say, well, you haven't done your homework. That there was a person from what is today's European Union who traveled around Europe when there were no boundaries and there were no Brexit issues. He happily worked here in the UK and provided us physics and the foundations for future medicine. Much of Froelich's work still awaits study. Excitations, coherent excitations in biological systems. The coherence was there in one of Valdis's slides, and biological coherence is a concept that awaits deeper study. And many of these things go into and have an overlap with other fashionable areas, pharmacogenomics, and an area that is starting to grow, pharmacoelectrodynamics. All of these areas might be the solution that we are looking for to find future cures for future answers to health promotion, health maintenance, disease prevention. Shown on the left is a wonderful book by somebody from the Czech Republic, Jiří Pokorný, who's a very, very precious mind. I hope the platform will encourage minds like Jiří to join us and help us understand some more of the theory and the science behind future medicine. Jasper's comment was very important here, once again, about what happens when we have gatherings like this and how the energy disappears and dissolves. I put up here a review article that was written at the close of an event held in 2009 in Milan. And this was hosted by Antonio Morandi in Milan. And a few excerpts from that will take you to the heart of the title that I offered. The 2009 meeting was titled Ayurveda, the Meaning of Life Awareness, Environment, and Health. Now, this was at a time when we hadn't even the inkling that we would be talking about sustainable development goals. And Antonio, who was an MD, he studied in Florence at the medical school and then went on to do a MD in neurology. And after several things, he worked in the States on aspects of neurodegenerative diseases. And he felt that it was a complete waste of time. Many aspects of modern medicine will never be able to answer the meaning of life. And this is what he came out with, he turned to Ayurveda, and in Ayurveda, he found what he was looking for. He always reminds me. In Ayurveda, the concept of awareness, environment, and health are intricately linked, and their interdependence defines the meaning of life. And the 4 sessions of that 2009 Congress was about the shapes of reality, environment, nutrition, and health. And these are still hot areas. So Jasper, from 2009 to where we are today, 2021, I don't see much shift in that thinking. I wouldn't expect it to shift very much because we are drawing here on knowledge that is many millennia old. And we were fortunate to have with us Professor Brian Josephson at this event. And Brian is very special to us here in Cambridge. I'm part of Brian's Mind Matter Unification Project, which is a blue sky project where we're looking at the finer aspects of physics yet to be discovered. So Brian is of the opinion there is much more physics to be understood. And we feel that it's through understanding biology that we will uncover that physics. And the Eastern philosophy and the Western sciences have to come together to appreciate aspects of reality. And Brian's comment at that point was that it's central to many aspects of quantum theory, etc. That reality is too complex to be reduced to a formula in general. Now, this was Brian's comment. He still holds by that comment. And I think as we go into the kind of scenarios that we faced the last 2 years, we see it much more. And this is one example of where the complexity that we couldn't appreciate and the feeling that we could reduce all of life and outcomes to simple formula as shown in this image. This is the link between air pollution and COVID-19 in England. The regional levels of oxides of nitrogen and ozone correlate with COVID deaths. Now, things are being done here in the UK, things are being done in other parts of Europe, but the challenge is to make sure that it is interpreted correctly and that the vested interests don't hijack what can be very easily hijacked, as we have seen in many other areas in the world. That paper is available for those to study at that Science Direct link below. This link between air pollution and COVID-19, the same is seen in Italy when we had the first wave here in Europe, a perfect link between COVID-19 mortality and air pollution. Another example of where reality is too complex to be reduced, this is the post-vaccination scenario. Once again, very difficult to understand how we have resurgence of SARS-CoV-2 in highly vaccinated health system workforce. Dr. Baswati touched on this briefly about COVID antibodies, et cetera, or coronavirus antibodies and the implications and the kind of greed that runs within a certain community for whatever reason that is. After all, they're just human beings and susceptible to being whatever human beings are susceptible to. I have copied over here what Isabel touched on very briefly. Think continuity, think sustainability, and think borderless. Very happy to note that the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying in India has taken leadership in this area to understand One Health, and they show the interlinks between animal health, human health, and environmental health, and why it's important to worry about the ecosystem because everything is connected, as appreciated in the SDG goals. And sometimes you will need a new language to capture this complexity, and Isabel touched on it very nicely. Are nations around the world taking positions, and what are the kind of things, thoughts that are going through at the level of nations and governments? It was lovely to see just a few days back at the Lancet about Singapore's healthcare system and the features they have and the challenges and the shifts they want to make in that island city nation. Singapore's, as I call the 3 beyonds for future health and care. They want to go beyond healthcare to health. this was touched on by many speakers here today, that health is different. And when a person is unwell, the first thing they want to do is get well. And ideally, they don't want to be in that state of ill health. They want health. From going beyond hospitals to community, and that has many interpretations, health in the community and health, growing health in the community. Once again, there are many vulgar variations on that too, on how people want to engineer health in the community. We don't want to go down that path. We have a different way of looking at it. And going beyond quality to value. It doesn't matter if you can rectify somebody with a L4, L5 disc prolapse with castor oil, then that is what we want. We don't want a knife to go in there. Surgeons always love to play with their knives, but there may be ways around. There are people thinking about it. So it brings me back to this whole idea of health, which is different from healthcare. The wider inspiration for this comes again from the Czech Republic, shown here, a gentleman who was a very important man. I think he was the person who gave Thomas and many people in Prague this courage to do what they are doing today, the courage to put together this big event running over 3 days. And Zezulka, one of the comments he made was very inspiring, that one of the basic meaning of our life is to be a positive component of the creative work. The creative work is a very broad term. The principles that give rise to life and hold the universe together, I guess. If we improve anything which concerns the others, we will also improve what is ours. Now, it is exactly the opposite of this that is happening, and that is leading us into the kind of problems that we are today. Dr. Baswati touched on many of these things today, where health systems fail. And she was very graphic in many of the things she presented. I just want to add a little bit here about the shift that we should start to see in society. And that shift is a shift from added material value to added immaterial value. And this is where Isabel's comments come to use, that shift, we haven't learned how to measure that shift. And economists fail here miserably. The economists who drive national policies fail miserably in understanding the immaterial. But they will learn. That is human nature to learn. And I feel as time passes, we will learn how to do these things. And somewhere there, we will have to have a revisit on the philosophy for life. And there's a small booklet that many of you may have seen, written by Zezulka, about the philosophy for life. And within that are many messages for all of us on where we should be and where we may be lacking in that one phrase, the horizons of cognition. And we need to learn how and where we are limited. This is, again, a small booklet that's available that Thomas will be able to provide. And there is a need to understand the very large and the very small. And we sometimes are limited in how we play our understanding of the very large and the very small. And where lack of transparency influences and impacts policy that then leads to problems for everybody, all of us. Are there lessons in other places? And I always love to use this slide here of Nagarjuna, one of the many Nagarjunas in India. This is the Nagarjuna who gave us the thinking and the philosophy of shunyata, or emptiness. And he said that all is possible if emptiness is possible, and nothing is possible when emptiness is not there. And that thinking, that simple idea of that grew up into a whole philosophy of shunyata is very important, because out of that thinking, he gave us the 15 rules of indicators of health. Nagarjuna's 15 indicators of health are shown on the far right here, all in Sanskrit, the so-called Panchadasha Prakara. Shown in between are Nagarjuna's interpretations when we look at it in terms of modern physiology. In there are things that any individual can use to ask if they are well, whether you have a desire for food, are you sleeping at the right time, are your waste excretions, are they all in good order, are your senses in good order, have you a peaceful mind, is your skin texture, your body texture is in good shape, etc., etc. Do you wake up in the morning? These are all simple indicators of health and well-being that was given thousands of years ago, and they're valid even today. In here are messages for all of us. Now, we have the old messages, and shown here on the left is the kind of complicated Sanskrit that we have in terms of modern biology and in terms of where we can understand the complexities of the human body. Shown here, the immunocorrelates of COVID-19 outcomes. Now, one stops here for a moment to say, have we gained anything more than what Nagarjuna gave us X number of years ago? Maybe a little bit, maybe not. Maybe the message of Nagarjuna is just as valid as it was then, and it will remain that way for a long time to come. These are the kind of truths, and we have forgotten that truths are still truths, even if they are old. And shown at the bottom there are messages which embody this truth. The complexity is no different from the kind of elegance that you have in combinatorial mathematics. For those who understand combinatorics and those who know how to manipulate little matrices, this is what we have in the Ayurvedic logic. First of all, it starts off by saying Sarva Dravya Panchabhutikam. So they have a very clear concept of the Panchabhutas. And they go on to say that anything that is a dravya is anything that is helpful for healing and wellness is Panchabhutik, is the five bhutas, which is understood by everybody in Ayurveda. And they then subdivide this into the doshas, they subdivide this into the taste, the rasas, and they can very cleverly manipulate human physiology using this understanding. Now, for many of us who are not interacting or not engaging in Ayurveda, this might all sound very strange. And as I go in, I will just show you a few examples of people, the practitioners who are there on the ground today that Dr. Baswati talked about, how they can use and achieve health outcomes without doing any of those interventions that Nanduji talked about. Yes, they have a way to understand human physiology. They have a way to manipulate human physiology, and they can use just simple attributes of taste, as they understand, and the interactions and the interrelations between the so-called five five bhutas. They can use all of that to modulate human physiology. And when we go into the world of yoga, they do even more amazing things, although there are overlaps between the two systems. I'll touch on that briefly. What does it all hold for us for the future? I stick my neck out and put that comment up on the top, which says that there are no patients. I think that is the perspective we want. There are no patients in the 21st century. We are all doctors. And it is our duty to understand ourselves and at the same time empower all to be healthy. and do whatever is needed to empower citizens. Dr. Baswati touched on many of these aspects, and she showed us where those dangers are. There are a lot of people in the medical profession, there are a lot of people among the citizens who are illiterate. There's a very high amount of health illiteracy, even among doctors, and that is, it's unfortunate. Shown up here is a document that's available to you at the link from so-called organization, the Health Parliamentarians. And these are this very interesting group of MEPs who are members of European Parliament under 40 years of age. And I highlight this image here, the front cover and the back cover, to show how certain concepts and themes are just parroted without much thought. Cross-border threats are converted into cross-border health threats. Occupy Wall Street becomes Occupy Health Street. And these are all documents put together by people who are manipulating the system. And if it was left to them, perfect health, which is what we are hoping that the future will hold for mankind, will be seen as a cross-border threat. I'll present this a little more. These are the people involved in this document shown here in slightly more enlarged. These are all people, the usual suspects. We know who they are, we know who their cousins are, and we know what are the kind of engagements they have in Parliament. It's unfortunate that there is no scope in here and scope for them to engage in a slightly more healthier discussion about health and well-being. And when we look at the worldviews that we are engaged in, on the left hand, they're the kind of current worldviews that we have. I won't read them out, but you can see it out there. The worldviews are limited by the horizons of cognition, perspectives, and that is a problem. It will always be that way because societies have a history. They are shaped by the environment, the thinking, the language, the culture, etc., etc. So we expect to see these kind of difficulties. Shown up here on the left is the Siddha perspective of where health should be. Food is medicine. And for people who are sitting in that culture in the Indian society, for them it is understood. This is how it has always been. The origins of this can be found in the Taittiriya Upanishad, in the third section of the Taittiriya Upanishad, on the Bhrigu Valley section of Taittiriya Upanishad, is a very detailed presentation of why food is medicine and why your medicine should be your food. So very long history going back to many thousands of years. Now, if this were left to contemporary thinking, we'll see a slight change in that thinking. And the thinking would read along these lines. My apologies for this. Once again, I'm being a bit cheeky here. We have gone from medicine is food and food is medicine to the history of modern healthcare, where tablets and capsules somehow have become the so-called shape of medicines. And if I use the same logic that was used in Taittiriya Upanishad, we will arrive at a state which would be a very dangerous state, which Dr. Baswati touched on. And the argument would be like this, that vaccines is medicine and vice versa. Therefore, if medicine is food, which is borrowed from the Taittiriya Upanishad, there would be a group of people who would go as far as to engineer comments saying vaccine is food, vaccine is your oldest relative, therefore vaccine is God, and if you don't have vaccines, you will never have life. And we are almost close to that situation where we are today. And it is within that situation that we are trying to present many of the areas of climate, as medicine and health, etc., etc. There will be resistance. Jasper is right in saying there will be resistance from many, many places. But there are people out there who are thinking differently. And shown here is what is happening at the United Nations. The 76th General Assembly is on starting next Monday. And the Secretary General will continue for a second session. And he is keen on seeing prevention in all its aspects in his next term. So there are people listening to some of the conversations. And I think the platform here in Prague will hopefully provide a little more, not only leading out to New York and member states, but also within the EU, within the European Union. There is a desire there. These are documents that appear at times in the EU web pages, but then they get hidden away somewhere. But this is the general thinking there from our previous DG for Health. There are forces at play who will, as always, want to destabilize, or for want of a better reason, want to have other perspectives on this. They're welcome to have it. This is one from the forum in Gastein in Austria. In 2020, they had a theme, Dancing with Elephants, and the new partnerships for health, democracy, and business. And when we look at where they are this year, they have quickly changed their perspectives to the relationship between health and commercial, economic, and political agendas. These are very important dialogues, and I hope the platform will provide some input into these kind of dialogues for the future. The unavoidable fact is this, that healthcare expenses are increasing globally. And this is where we are in terms of the OECD statistics, that the US spends 2.5 times the OECD average on healthcare. And whether we should be looking at encouraging America to look elsewhere, or whether there is an irrelevant discussion, Europe has its own perspectives on these things. Again, as shown up here, the consequences of what happens when you have a pandemic and how it impacts so many other things. For all of you who are interested, please do visit the OECD webpage, and you will find information there which is valuable, but sometimes massaged to engage with certain perspectives. But what is clear is every nation in the world, particularly in the Western world, in the developing world, is feeling the pinch for consequences of either demographic challenges or aspects of rising health costs or other aspects. And when it comes to poor nations, this is what happens. The estimate here of 23 million is an underestimate. It could be closer to 50 million people who had to return back to the villages in India when this pandemic came. Much is known about the features of this condition, how it affects people with comorbidities, underlying complications, just shows how unhealthy we are in general and how susceptible we are to emergencies. And these emergencies are not just for viruses like we have now, but also for climate change and health challenges that come from climate change. So people who have chronic cardiac disease, or diabetes, or asthmatic pulmonary diseases, or kidney diseases, these are all people who have a high risk. The reason why they have arrived at that needs to be understood perhaps from some problem with diet, etc., etc. I won't go into the fine details, but these are all elegant studies that are out there. It's a dissection of a post-mortem analysis of about 20,000 patients here in the UK. It doesn't tell us how to go about preventing these problems. There are no messages there for how to promote health, maintain health for the future. but we have post-mortem analysis on all of this information. So these are the kind of areas where a platform like the Prague platform will help. I highlight this study about the futility sometimes of the fine analysis that we do with DNA and protein analysis. This is a paper from as early as 2004 from the Netherlands, Wim Timmins, who showed us early on about the distribution of the ACE2 protein, the receptor for this virus, and how it's found on almost every cell in the human body or every tissue in the human body. And we now know this is how it plays out. Very complicated symptoms. There's no consistency. Different individuals differ in these problems, and we run into major complications about how it's played out. Shown here, the problem with the pericytes, the cells that surround the microvessels, and how there is unusually high expression of ACE2 in these pericytes, and how it leads to high incidence of complications in patients with hypertension or diabetes. There is good biology there also at the level of the immune system, how we see 3 different immune responses. We know all this, patients differ. We now have very, very clear data on how on the 7th to the 8th day, there is a possibility of going into a hypersensitive response, but still there is no help in terms of how we can treat people. In India, we see a lot of information about herbs being used. The Siddha group are using a collection of herbs. They say that treatments of coronavirus positive, RT-PCR positive patients can be achieved in less than 3 days using certain herbs that have the katu and the bitter aspects as understood in Ayurveda. But there is not enough work going on to bring out that information to more people. The kind of damage that we see, not just today in COVID patients, but also people post-inoculation who saw a small number that run into these problems. There are some individuals who show antibodies against some of the cytokines, and they are a subgroup. We have learned about all this, but what are the ways in which you would help strengthen these people and give them better life? And these are questions that remain. I now move a little bit into the small state of Kerala in the south of India, and this is particularly for people who moan about excess population on the planet. There is a group of people who feel the planet is overpopulated, and we must take action to manage this. And for those people, I present these numbers. Kerala is a tiny state, for those who can see there, and some of you have been there. Total land area of about 39,000 square kilometers, a population of about 36 million people. And if you then take those numbers and scale it out to the land area that's available for America, because some of the people who feel the world is too populated are from America, this is what you would see. You would see the land area of America of about 330 million square kilometers would be able to populate about just over 9 billion people. And if you feel that's a bit too crowded, you can trim it down to 1/10 of that. 1 billion people is what you would have in the United States of America. And when you look at this state that has had problems with Nipah virus, there's an ongoing Nipah scare in the north of Kerala. It has had COVID problems. How are they achieving whatever they are achieving? Are there lessons there that we should learn about the sociology of that state and what it is? What are those messages for the rest of the world? I think there are many messages. The most important one is that in poorer nations of the world, it is people who are the fabric that hold those nations together. And so we have very limited, biased views about where the world is and what are the needs of the people. And Isabel touched on it very nicely. This is where we need to go. There are corrections being made in Kerala which is health above all, the statement that's made by the new finance minister. And when we look at the budget, you will see Kerala allocates about 6.5% of its total health expenditure towards health expenditures compared to a little less in other states. But what is striking is the priorities. If you look within here, there are messages here for all of those who are interested in the Sustainable Development Goals. So the huge increase in budgets for rural development, of course, the increase for family health and family welfare. And the second thing, the big increase for water supply and sanitation. Can we do a comparison? I think I've been doing comparisons for populations, Kerala and America, etc. And I want to do another population. And this is about investment that goes into R&D, research and development for the top 20 pharma companies. Huge amounts of money, about $115 billion in 2015-16. For many who are dependent on this, who make a living out of this, this might be, they might find it easy to justify, but there is a perspective which says that this is waste money in many ways, that when we reach a point in time like where we are today, none of that has provided any solace. Now, the comparison I want to do here is with India's health budget. And if you look at India's 2021 health budget, which was about $9.9 billion is what India spends on health. And the Ministry of Ayush, we have a fortunate to have an entire ministry looking at new ways of enabling health, has a total budget of just $286 million. That's all they have for 1.3 billion people. This is the entire budget that is allocated for health. This is less than the R&D budget, research and development budget in 2015-16 for a company which is number 3 on this list, which is Johnson & Johnson. Is India doing the right thing, or is India far off from where it needs to be? I feel India is doing the right thing, and India should push ahead with the kind of initiatives that it's already doing in the World Health Organization, and connecting with many more nations, and with a stronger message saying health is different from healthcare. And these are the figures that we must be looking out for. And there's great value for money. If you follow certain things that India has, how easy it will be to get that message out to member states of the World Health Organization, I don't know, but it can be done. One of the big, the top 10 selling products in the world projected for 2024 all relate to cancer. Are they, what do they promise? There are many companies out there in that space. What do they promise? They're all biologicals. Will they work or not? And can you compare with messages from India? Here's a person in Karnataka, state just adjacent to India. And at that link below, you can read all about this gentleman and the number of people who come to him, treat cancer patients with simple Ayurvedic formulations. Shown here, one of the tree bark that he uses. There are many messages here for all of the world from these kind of stories that are there, common stories, everyday stories in India, Ayurvedic Rasayanas, Dinacharya, daily routine for perfect health. Baswati here has an entire book written on that, and health benefits of neem connected to forestry, many aspects of the SDGs go in there, etc., etc. So platform, as I repeat again, the platform in Prague is very important for echoing these messages and making all this information available for other parts of the world. Over about 300,000 formulations available in this traditional knowledge digital library, all awaiting study. The traditional, the foundations and the basics of this old knowledge is with a few examples here. The example I want to give you is what is known in the text for thousands of years, in this case, Tinospora cordifolia, or Giloy. What has been described in the ancient text is that if you grow this Tinospora cordifolia, which incidentally is also used as COVID prophylactic. There is a big study going on in All India Institute of Ayurveda in New Delhi on this, for protecting the 80,000 odd policemen, the frontline policemen in New Delhi. I hope we will see that results of that study at some point. Anyway, the story here is that the ancient texts say, Giloy Tinospora caudifolia, if grown on a neem tree, provides additional benefits. Now, there may be many around the world who will say this is voodoo, as Nanduji mentions. This is just hogwash. There's nothing. It's straight out of Harry Potter movie. There is nothing here that is valuable or nothing that is different. The first study published in the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine is about the seasonal variation in the physiochemical properties of the starch that comes out of this plant. It's a very important Ayurvedic compound, the starch that comes from the stem of this plant. It's called Guruchi Sattva. Now, what is the truth behind this? The truth is that there is seasonal variation in the quality and the quantity of the starch, but more interestingly, it is mappable to the different seasons that are well appreciated in Ayurveda. And the fine analysis by Professor Rajesh Dabur in Haryana tells us what are those chemicals that change when you grow Giloy on neem trees. And this is a paper that was published in Nature Research scientific paper. And it talks about the interactions of a medicinal climate and the profiles. Now, what is very interesting is the fine analysis echoes the comments made in the old Ayurvedic texts. Now, I want to stop here and say that such anecdotes, so-called anecdotes, are being confirmed in many, many other areas. And this is just one of those studies. And the second thing is that there are many more such studies waiting in different parts of the world. If you go into Iran, you will see studies waiting there, traditional knowledge that is understood in those cultures that we don't know about. If you go to Latin America, you will find the same thing. There are many such examples that we should start to take seriously, because you can do the fine analysis, you will see the peaks, you will see where the chemicals are, where the differences are. And as Jasper says presented in his talk, there are forces out there who will prevent this knowledge from spreading far and wide. And a platform perhaps like what is in Prague will help us understand these things. Here is another study done on a Chinese formulation. It's a very important formulation that is used as perhaps as an anti-inflammatory, perhaps also could be used for this ongoing problems with the viruses and future inflammatory problems that we might have. And the study here is what happens when you take a polyherbal formulation and you look at what happens when you combine herbs together, and you will see strange, unusual complexes that in this instance inactivates a very toxic compound and turns it into something valuable. So Nanduji's comment about using fine analysis, etc., there is something to be done there. Perhaps with fine analysis, we will arrive at a refined version of what is already in the text. And the comment I want to make here is that the guiding principle must be what the person in the field knows, what the person, what is already described in the text. So we should listen to them. We should listen to the practitioners and listen to the kind of results they're getting. I take the liberty of presenting one case that was treated the last 4 to 6 weeks. Here's a person with intervertebral disc prolapse at one of the most common areas, L4, L5, I think, and how this was treated with very simple formulation, which is just castor oil and Vitex Negundo. Backache, And complications like this are a huge problem the world over. And Ayurveda calls this, uses a generic term called Katigraha. And the oil that is used is Saindwaram Arenda Thailam. It's a mix of castor oil with Vitex Negundo. And in this instance, in just a few days' time, about less than 9 days' time, the person was relieved of all that neuromuscular inflammation that was there and a few other interventions. And the person was up and around, he's pain-free, there is no more problem. And these are the kind of normal outcomes that are had by practitioners in many parts of India, not just in this case from Kerala. There are things that can be refined. Vitex Negundo, do we understand the germplasm? Do we understand the different varieties that are there? Yes, we need to understand that. It's part of the SDGs and part of the goals. And India is fortunate to have a very large, we need the medicinal plant database. There are many other aspects of this kind shown here. One last formulation, the gridam that is used, a very complex formulation that has about, you can see the large number of chemicals that are used there. I want to finish here by saying that there are many areas where we should understand where there are gaps and where there are opportunities for collaborations. And I feel the platform that we have here will be one of the important forces for connecting with people here in Europe. So with that, I thank all of you for being patient with me. Thanks for listening to what I had to say. And thank you, Thomas, and thank you to the team in Prague. We look forward to extending whatever help that's possible to keep this platform alive and keep this platform going and draw in as many nations from around the world and as many players as possible to grow this further so that we become a very important force, not only in Europe, but across the world. And before I conclude, I want to thank the city of Prague for being a host for this event. And I hope with time, we've canceled it twice, and here we are, we finally managed to get it off the ground. But thanks for your patience. We promise you even more excitement and even more value with time to come. So thank you and namaste. Thank you, Thomas.
Dear Madan, thank you for your contribution. I fully agree with everything except for one statement of yours. At the beginning of your speech, you said, the last contribution is unappreciative, but this is not true. I knew that your brilliant contribution would be extensive and very valuable. Moreover, I was hoping that your contribution would close our today's session titled Science, Chem, TCIM, and Healthcare. We are humans. We have our consciousness, the mystery of our consciousness. We act in a matter and anywhere else according to our consciousness. My consciousness is taking away consciousness of solidarity from our today's session. This is beautiful, not just for the consciousness of mine. Thank you all. I look forward to our today's session, which will be started off by Amajit S. Bamram from London. I look forward to seeing all of you again. Goodbye.
Thank you.